I'd like to call the February 28th, 2023 Virginia Marine Resources Commission meeting to order. And before we begin, I would like Mr. France, everybody stand for Mr. France, to do Pledge of Allegiance, followed by invocation by Mr. Patrick.
So all turn and face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. As the war in Ukraine rages into a second year, we ask that our brothers in democracy emerge victorious against the tyranny of Vladimir Putin. Today, our Commonwealth's democratic principles require us to deliberate and make decisions in honest and forthright fashion. All our citizens are equally treated by our laws. We are thankful for the efforts of our dedicated staff to make this meeting possible. And lastly, we ask you to watch over our brave Marine Police as they navigate our waters enforcing our laws. For this we pray. Amen.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome, everyone here, and everyone virtually. We appreciate you guys joining us. We get started. The first item on the agenda is approval of the agenda itself. Do I get a motion to approve the agenda? A motion by Mr. Minor. Do I have a second? Second, Mr. French. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Approved. Next, the minutes. Are there any corrections, deletions, or changes from the commission members or staff from the January 24th, 2023 commission minutes? That being said, matters before the commission to approve the minutes.
Approve the minutes as
Motion for
presented.
Mr. Tankard to approve the minutes. Do I have a second? Second, Mr. Minor. All those approved, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, now we'll swear in VMRC staff and VIM staff that will be speaking and present testimony during the meeting. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth? All right, Colonel Rogers is here for some recognition of some officers. Come on up to the podium, Colonel. He's wearing a special uniform today.
Yes, sir, I apologize for being out of uniform.
As you know, and good morning, first of all. As you know, I treat the promotions and changes of rank of our officers very seriously because it's something that should be celebrated. And given some of the circumstances and the spread over the entire state, it's kind of hard to get to everywhere and get with their families and do a very ceremonious badge pinning and changing of rank. So what I decided to do today was recognize some people that have been promoted to new positions over this past year. So if I can have Deputy Chief Herbert Bell, Captain Cagle, and First Sergeant Strawn to come up front, please. So immediately behind me is Deputy Chief, now the Deputy Chief Herbert Bell. He was the captain of the northern area and was promoted on August 25th of 2022. Captain Bell, or now Deputy Chief Bell, has 17 years of service with VMRC, so I wanted to congratulate him on his promotion to Deputy Chief of Law Enforcement. Next to him is now Captain Cagle. Captain Cagle was the First Sergeant of the northern area, and he was promoted to Captain on November 10th, 2022. If I got it correctly, he has 12 years of service with VMRC. And after him is the newly promoted First Sergeant Strawn. He was with the northern, an MPO in the northern area, and he was promoted to a First Sergeant in the northern area on February 10th, 2023. MPO Strawn has, or First Sergeant Strawn has 4 years of service with VMRC, and he has a total of 17 years service, including his time with Virginia State Police. So this is your new command staff, and of course I am nothing without those people that serve with me and the command staff behind me. So I thank them and congratulate them on their promotion. And then lastly, I'd like to call up MPO Kenneth Freeman. And if you will indulge me, I will read a memo from his First Sergeant. Thank you. So this is MPO Kenneth Freeman, and I have a letter or a memo from his First Sergeant, and I would like to read. It says, I have personally conducted over 120 hours of training with Officer Freeman. During that time, he has successfully completed a high performance endorsement and instrument rating. The instrument rating is the most difficult of all the aviation ratings, and Officer Freeman met and exceeded not only the FAA rigorous standards, but also my standards as well. Officer Freeman has earned the right to wear the VMRC pilot wings, and in doing so has earned my trust and respect as a pilot. He is fully capable of flying any and all flight missions conducted by the Virginia Marine Resources Commission. I would like to echo First Sergeant Hill's comments in that, in so earning the pilot wings, he has also earned my trust as well. So I congratulate NPO Freeman on earning it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all for your service. It doesn't go without notice, especially since I drank salt water with y'all for about 18 years. But thank you very much. All right, Chief Randy Owen, we're going to turn it over to you.
Commissioner, members of the commission, good morning. These are our page 2 items. These are our projects over $500,000 in cost. The audit protested and carry the support of staff. I have 2 items for you, items 2A and 2B. The National Park Service is requesting authorization to install shoreline stabilization structures in clean sand fill and plantings adjacent to the Colonial Parkway near Indianfield Creek Bridge along the York River in York County. Components include 1 riprap revetment, 6 stone sills, 5 stone spurs, with clean sand fill and plantings. These are essentially living shorelines. The project will also install temporary barge ports for construction access. A temporary turbidity curtain will be installed as necessary. Item 2B, the City of Virginia Beach is requesting authorization to maintenance dredge 119,300 cubic yards of state-owned submerged lands within the eastern Branch-Lynnhaven River in Virginia Beach that will occur mechanically on an as-needed basis to achieve a maximum depth of -7 feet at mean low water. The dredge spools will be offloaded at the Cripple Creek Dredge Material Transfer Facility and will be truck hauled to the Whitehurst Dredge Material Management Area in Virginia Beach. We recommend approval with standard dredge conditions and an in-stream work time of year restriction between June 1 and September 30th north of Trans Point, and that's to protect the native shellfish populations and any aquaculture shellfish that may be going on in the area. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for Chief Owen?
Thank you.
That being said, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak in favor or in opposition to these 2 projects? One once? One twice? All right, matters for commission.
Move to approve page 2 items on the agenda.
Motion by Mr. Monitor to approve page 2 items on the agenda. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Headley. All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Randy. Randy, looks like you got the floor again, Chief Owen.
Yes, these are our consent items. These are enforcement matters where we have worked with the property owner and the contractor for consensual agreement on civil charges and/or after-the-fact permit approval that they now seek before you, the commission. In keeping with past practice, sir, we'll go with each item individually, and you vote on each item separately. Item 3A, Virginia Electric Power Company is requesting authorization to retain 4 oil booms and 2 metal debris guards and absorbent socks at the Chesterfield Power Station on the James River in Chesterfield County. This project requires both a tidal wetlands permit and a subacres permit. So the county has not adopted the wetlands ordinance. So in addition to the after-the-fact nature, you're also acting as today's wetlands board because the booms do make landfall across the tidal wetlands. We became aware of these booms and absorbent socks during a routine site visit on another matter that they called us up for. VEPCO clearly installed these to meet existing state and federal requirements to operate the plant safely. We're not recommending a civil charge as these or encroachment royalties because these structures are removable. They do get pulled at and replaced with new structures, as they might, accumulate any material that would enter them. They're essentially best management practice facilities to present a hazardous spill from exiting the station. So we're recommending that you support this project as it is proposed, and there probably is someone here from the power station if you need to ask them questions.
Is there any questions from the commission for Chief Owen at this time? No, thank you. Is the applicant or representative for the applicant present would like to speak on this? Please, Dorcas, speak. Anybody in support or in opposition would like to speak on this? being said, matters before the commission.
Move to approve.
Got a motion from Mr. France to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Bransom. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Item 3B, Carol Ashimoff is requesting after-the-fact authorization to retain 225 linear feet of riprap placed along an existing bulkhead at 1233 North Bayshore Drive along Lincoln Bay in the city of Virginia Beach. We are recommending approval with triple permit fees of $900, which the applicant has agreed to pay, and a civil charge of $3,000 against the contractor that has agreed to pay. In this case, the contractor knowingly proceeded in advance of the issued permits as a matter of mobilization convenience. We have met extensively with this contractor and the property manager for the estate and arrived at the $3,000 civil charge assessment against the contractor, Flint Marine Construction. Given their experience and knowledge of the permit process, this amount is based on your adopted civil charge matrix, based on a minimal degree of environmental impact but a major degree of non-compliance. Mrs. Ashenoff and her property manager did rely on the contractor to perform the work after obtaining the required permits. As such, we're only recommending triple permit fees against the property owner. So I can try to answer any questions, but I do know they have someone here to speak to this matter today.
Any questions from the commission? Thank you. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant here and wish to speak? Please come forward. Is any speakers in support? Any in opposition? That being said, matters before the commission.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve, Mr. Minor. Have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Headley. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
The last item, item 3C, Thomas Waller is requesting after-the-fact authorization to retain 12 timber pilings that were installed to complete the construction of 2 parallel 60-foot-long sheet pile groins as a channelward extension of existing groins at the mouth of a tidal drainage ditch at 4124 Battle Point Road, adjacent to Chesapeake Bay in the county of Northampton. The piles for the groin extensions were installed without prior authorization before a stop work order was issued. The staff has recommended approval with triple permit fees of $180, which the applicant has agreed to pay, and a civil charge of $1,000 against the contractor, Custom Marine, that has agreed to pay. In this case, the contractor and the applicant have been very cooperative in the case and immediately stopped work once the unauthorized activity was discovered. The Wetlands Board issued their after-the-fact permit for that portion of the project on May 18th of 22. And it's important that what's before you today are 12 pilings. The structure has not been constructed. They did initiate construction and drove 12 pilings. So the only thing in your jurisdiction are 12 timber pilings that would support the eventual groin that is proposed before you. So based on your adopted civil charge matrix, the applicant has agreed to pay the triple permit fees and the contractor has agreed to the $1,000 civil charge, and that's based on a minimal degree of environmental impact and a minimal degree of non-compliance. And that's all I have for that.
Any questions from the commission for Chief Owen? That being said, is the applicant or representative of the applicant here and wish to speak? So
Morning,
raise your right-
Commission.
Okay. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and the microphone for the record.
My name is Ellen Grimes. I'm with Coastal Resource Management, and Mr. Waller and Mr. Fisher are clients of mine, and they agree to all of the fines and charges, and they do not wish to speak. Thanks.
Any questions for the speaker?
Unless, of course, you have questions.
You gotta be careful when you go to that podium, because you become vulnerable to questions at that point.
I know, but that's...
That being said, is there anyone else here to speak on this matter in support or in opposition? That being said, matters before the commission. So moved. Got a motion from Mr. Minor to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Headley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, item number 4, do we need to have a closed session?
No, sir.
Almost quick and easy. Item number 5, Engineer Mike Johnson. You're up to bat.
Good morning. Today is the first of two projects you'll be hearing regarding water intake structures on the Appomattox River. And the first one you're hearing is Prince George County, which wishes to install an 8.35 million gallon per day raw water intake. This is on the Appomattox River, extending from the southern bank of the river, and this is approximately 0.57 miles upstream of the 295 bridge in Prince George County. The project is protested. This is a site map of the location. Laser pointer up. Okay. Site, the project location is here. 295 bridge is located here. And this is the mouth of the Appomattox River here going into the James. This is approximately 3.3 miles upstream of this confluence. The other project you'll be hearing today is located in this approximate area here, and that's a half a mile away. This is a site plan of the proposed area. Here we have the intake structure out in the river, upland infrastructure, and then also we have a dewatering force main coming to an upland disposal site for dewatering. This is so they can do all the work in the dry behind cofferdams, and that way all the water that's being pumped out in sediments can be contained in a way that they don't re-enter the river, causing additional sedimentation. We do have a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers navigation channel out here. This structure will be approximately 52 feet from the edge of the navigation channel, and be 53 feet, and 31 feet from the cofferdams that are going to be installed for the project. This navigation channel is routinely used by Vulcan Materials. They have been consulted on the project as well, and they have not raised any concerns with the project. This is a closer view of the site plan. Again, the structure out here in the water. These colors you see are representative of water depths, going from blue being the shallowest to red to this kind of a pink color going out to the deepest. Federal Navigation Channel is here. Again, these dashed lines you see here are limits of disturbance and cofferdams that will be installed. This is to obviously, again, protect from when they're doing all the excavation work, they're going to be for the installation of the structure itself. And finally, here with a site plan. Again, the dashed lines are the sheet piles and excavation limits or limits of disturbance. We will have an 8-foot catwalk open pile catwalk coming out to the intake structures. I do want to mention also that this project is tidal. This is not a this is a tidal area with a tide range of approximately 2.5 feet. Here's a cross section of the proposed structure. Here again, here's the catwalk coming out. Elevation of the catwalk will be approximately plus 11 feet, mean low water. The two intake structures here, one at minus 3.5 feet, and the other at minus 6.6 feet. You can see the support structures being forced in, being put into the bottom. 30-inch return water main for the raw water, and also an air burst line that's used to keep the intake screens free of impinged material on them. This is another drawing that I just want to show you to help you understand everything that's going on, because the first one was kind of vertically exaggerated, so it's a little hard to read. Again, here are the water intake structures themselves, minus 3.5 and minus 6.6, and this is just looking from above. Again, you can see the screens there. The 30-inch water main returning to land, and the air burst line support piers and structures. This is the first of a few ground shots. The red buoy here you see is where the structure is going to be located, and we fortunately caught some Vulcan traffic in the channel out here, so you can see again that they're going to be fairly far. They have a lot of room to operate offshore the intake structure. So we're not worried about any navigation issues, and in fact, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has reviewed the project for navigation as well, and has actually issued their permit for the project, so they don't feel like there's any navigation problems. This is a picture just looking upstream, again, the red buoy marking the location, and looking downstream as well. This just helps you get an idea of the shoreline on the opposite side is not developed, and we're not. As usual, VMRC did their public interest review, and in fact, as part of regulation, this public interest review was done in conjunction with DEQ's public interest review as well. We run an ad in a local newspaper, which is what we run concurrently with DEQ. We also notify adjacent property owners and contact various sister agencies within the state for their comments. Department of Wildlife Resources, formerly known as Department of Game and Inland Fisheries, did cite the presence of Atlantic sturgeon and anadromous fish and recommended time of year restrictions for February 15th through June 30th and August 1 through November 15th to protect those resources, and also recommended that a 1 millimeter screen mesh and through slot velocity of 0.25 feet per second on the water intakes be used, and that's to try and limit the number of planktonic nectin like fish larvae and fish eggs from being impinged on the intake screens themselves. We did receive 4 comments from the public, all in opposition. One was from the Sierra Clubs. Sierra Club follows the James River Group. Another was a letter from the James River Association, and this was on behalf of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation and Southern Environmental Law Center as well. And we did receive some letters of correspondence from Craig and Paul Reynolds, who are property owners in the area. The comments received for these from these different letters were all similar in objecting to the amount of water being withdrawn and its impacts to water quality, pollution, salinity changes, and not really with the structure itself, which is the main thing you're authorizing today, other than also considering the natural impacts, the impacts of natural resources. The comments also cite planktonic, impacts of planktonic nectin, again, the larval fish and eggs in the water column due to impingement and entrainment. And they also cited potential effects with the Prince George water intake project that I mentioned a moment ago, and those should be taken in consideration, those impacts with this one and the one in Chesterfield, sort of like a synergy effect. Are we going to see additive effects from these 2 projects? And they wanted to know, because that wasn't presented to them at the time. As usual, anytime we have a project in Tidewater, we ask VIMS to give us some information, as part of their advisory service that are required by the Code of Virginia. As part of that, they've actually now developed a particle tracking model, which helps us to identify what we can expect from impingement and entrainment of this planktonic nectin on these structures. For this particular project, they ran 26 different scenarios of this model that covers any kind of environmental conditions at the time, and found that less than 0.7% impingement and entrainment of loss for this planktonic nectin could be expected, and the max removal was about 1.68%. And I'm assuming that would probably be during like drought conditions when we're seeing low water levels in the river. VIMS advises that these removal rates are well below documented natural mortality, and that their contributions to additional population mortality is considered to be minimal. In their comments, VIMS also recommended a time of year restriction of February 15th through June 30th for anadromous fish to protect those spawning runs during in-stream construction work. And again, the 1 millimeter screen mesh with through slot velocities of 0.25 feet per second to reduce the number of fish and larvae, eggs being impinged and trained on the structure themselves. VIMS was also asked about the effects of salinity, keep-hone, and combined effects of the 2 water projects that are so close together. VIMS stated that salinity is also a parameter that is measured in the model that they run, and felt that there would be no impact to salinity levels as a result of the withdrawal amounts that they're going to be doing. VIMS also commented on the keep-hone contamination in river sediments, and said that this will not be exacerbated by this project, as the area that was contaminated by the spills back in, I believe, the 70s is further downstream in the James River. Also, while they did not model the 2 projects together, they did model them independently, and felt that the additive effects between the 2 would not result in any additional synergy impacts to natural resources in the area. And I'll just read summary recommendation into the record. The project as proposed requires the commission authorization for the encroachment over state-owned submerged lands pursuant to Title 28.2, Chapter 12 of the Code of Virginia. While staff acknowledges the protestants' concerns, it's imperative to note that the commission's jurisdiction over this project is limited to the physical encroachment intake structure over state-owned submerged lands within the Appomattox River. In light of the protestants' larger concerns with water quality issues, staff solicited input from the Commission's scientific advisors at the Virginia Institute of Marine Science, as well as various state environmental agencies. The VIMS particle tracking model indicated that mortality due to impingement trainment of eggs and larvae was well below natural mortality levels, and that salinity levels would not change. Ultimately, VIMS had no concern regarding the amount of water being withdrawn. The project's impact on the water quality of the Appomattox River is determined by DEQ's permit and not this commission, while we note that all the recommendations of DWR has been incorporated in DEQ's permit, which has been issued. Accordingly, in light of DEQ's jurisdiction and authority to regulate the raw water withdrawal rate, and after evaluating the merits of the project, considering all the factors contained in 28.2-1205 of the Code of Virginia and 62.1-10, which states that public water supply uses for human consumption shall be considered the highest priority, staff recommends approval of the project as proposed. Staff believes that the anticipated public and private benefits exceed the anticipated public and private detriments, and that the permit should be granted with the following special permit conditions. The intake shall be equipped with 1 mm mesh screens at a maximum intake velocity of 0.25 feet per second. The in-stream construction activity shall be accomplished within the cofferdams constructed of non-erodible materials as detailed in the current edition of the Virginia Erosion and Sediment Control Handbook. An in-stream work time of year restriction of February 15th to June 30th to protect anadromous fish, and August 1 to November 15th time of year restriction to protect Atlantic sturgeon. Also, to protect threatened green floater mussels, permit approval should also include DWR's recommendation of a time of year restriction of April 15th through June 30th and August 15th through September 30th, and a mussel survey and relocation effort be performed. Such conditions could be waived depending on DWR's acceptance of a land-based review of habitat suitability. I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Any questions for Mr. Johnson from the commission? Mr. Erskine?
Thanks for the presentation. So when VIMS ran that model, what time of year did they run it over? Did they run it over multiple seasons, or was it one in particular?
I'm not sure they ran it on seasons. I think it was just different environmental conditions. So I don't think they were trying to simulate a winter, spring, or something like that. I think they were just trying to simulate what kind of water flows would be in the river under certain environmental conditions. So high flow, low flow, those kinds of conditions. Does that sound agreeable?
Any further questions from the commission? Mr. Tanker?
The applicant is in agreement with the special conditions.
I have not heard anything to the contrary, but almost all these conditions are already reflected in other permits that have been issued to them by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Department of Environmental Quality.
Any questions? Commission? Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
I believe the applicant's agent is present today.
Yes, does the applicant or representative present wish to speak? Are you the applicant or an agent?
Agent, engineer on the project.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and the microphone for the record, please.
Scott Earhart. Again, I'm the engineer on project manager on this, and I just wanted to say that this process regarding it's gone on. The application went in almost 4 years ago, and so it's been extensive and for good reasons. I think as far as the work that VIMS has done. And the modeling is essential for that protection. The additional measures that we went in our design efforts to mitigate some of the issues that were raised throughout with DEQ and other agencies doing this review have all been incorporated in the overall consideration design for this project. So again, the process is very, very thorough. I think it was well thought out and executed. And but in addition to that, I don't really have anything in addition. I think the presentation was very well done as far as presenting what we're anticipating doing, and the conditions of that are presented in there and the requirements are not being protested. They are something that we'll be having to take and execute as part of the overall implementation of the project. So.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on this matter in opposition or support? Come up to the podium. One at a time, please. Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and the microphone for the record.
Craig Reynolds. I'm a resident of Hopewell. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to say I'm not actually a bug-eyed alien. My glasses broke. We're concerned about dredging, remobilizing pollutants that are currently tucked away in the riverbed. I'm sure I don't have to tell you about the Keepone incident from the 1970s. Keepone is still with us. We're still under a Keepone fish advisory. There was a 2017 VIM study that found declining levels in the fish, but noted that Keepone is still in the river's bed, in the sediments. Not everywhere, but it's hard to tell where. It has to be determined on a case-by-case basis. I should say also that we're not concerned just with Keepone, but also with PCBs. We're also under a PCB fish advisory, and heavy metals and PFAS contaminants. Hopewell stopped producing Keepone, but it's still Chemical City. The DEQ says that we don't need to worry, that the intake is upstream of Hopewell, but we think that's a disingenuous argument because it's a tidal river. The DEQ also says that VIMS says that there's no risk of dredging in the area, but it didn't give a citation. And I submitted a Freedom of Information Act request and for any documentation that supports that claim, and was told that none exists. The DEQ says that the dredged area is too small to worry about. That may be a valid point, I don't know. But the DEQ wasn't looking at the combined effect of the Chesterfield and Prince George dredging, even though it's required to consider the combined effect for concurrent projects. We ask for testing before dredging. Thank you.
Thank you, Zeke. Any questions from the commission for the speaker? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please speak in the microphone.
I'm Tom Dunlap from the James River Association. And for both of these proposed water intake projects, items 5 and 6 on your agenda, we have concerns about impacts to the benthic habitat, which is critical for endangered Atlantic sturgeon, as well as freshwater mussels documented and are likely occurring in the lower Appomattox. In addition to these comments, I would like to incorporate by reference our written comments on each of the 2 permits submitted jointly with CBF and the Southern Environmental Law Center. The return of the Atlantic sturgeon to the James has been a great success story for the river, and these exciting fish can be seen leaping out of the water in the fall and were an important source of food for early colonists and indigenous peoples. These fish are bottom feeders and require specific environmental conditions to spawn and are found in this section of the Appomattox River. Additionally, this reach of the Appomattox is listed by the Department of Conservation and Recreation's Natural Heritage Division as predicted habitat for green floater, a state-threatened species, as well as confirmed habitat for multiple other freshwater mussels listed as species of greatest conservation need in Virginia's statewide wildlife action plan by USGS. We strongly agree with the comments from the Department of Wildlife Resources and DCR's Natural Heritage Division on the need for an adequate inventory of these wildlife resources in the project area to better evaluate project impacts and provide more tailored protection recommendations for these species. Further, while we support DWR's recommendation for a land-based assessment for freshwater mussel habitat be carried out, we encourage you to require a water-based habitat assessment for both projects given the evidence of already available. I also want to emphasize that regarding habitat impacts, the operation of the completed withdrawals could significantly reduce the amount of fresh water in this reach of the Appomattox. The Virginia Institute of Marine Science modeled the flows during drought conditions, of which are relatively commonplace here in Virginia, and found that an estimated inflow reduction could be at least 70%. We share concerns raised by DWR regarding not only the water quantity available for resident aquatic species, but potential changes to other biotic and abiotic characteristics of the lower Appomattox as well, including salinity, temperature, and algal bloom growth, critical factors for habitat quality. Additionally, I'd like it noted that the VIMS assessment recommended that a cumulative study of the water intakes be carried out to better understand not just these proposed intakes, but also existing intakes on the water. This stretch of the Appomattox has been designated as a scenic river by the Department of Conservation and Recreation. It's an amazing public resource for local residents and traveling enthusiasts, and for several imperiled species, it's crucial habitat that should be appropriately protected. We ask that the Commission not make a decision on either this permit or the Chesterfield permit until vital questions are answered about impacts to the habitat that require additional information to adequately assess. Thank you.
Any questions from the commission for the speaker? Mr. Erskine?
You had mentioned in your public comment that the existing withdrawals that are on the river, are you aware of any existing withdrawals and the impact that you claim would be in this withdrawal of permanent?
I think that what we'd like to better understand is, as DEQ had skirted in their initial responses to our comments for the joint permit, what the relationship between the impact of the Chesterfield and the Prince George permit would be, as well as, since this is a tidal river, understanding what the reduction in fresh water to the system and the mixing that would happen just downstream, how that would impact. Does that answer your question?
Follow up. I'm actually interested in other existing withdrawals that you mentioned in your testimony.
I'd have to get back to you with that information, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any further questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand, you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Sure. Yes, Chris Moore, Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Good morning, Mr. Commissioner, members of the Commission. First of all, I want to associate my comments with the previous speaker, Mr. Dunlap. Obviously, we worked together on those comments that you were submitted, so I won't repeat what he said. A couple of things I do want to highlight, though, is one, those time of year restrictions. For a number of species that you manage that are currently under intensive management plans, like sturgeon, striped bass, river herring, things like that. Those are really important to try to make sure we minimize those impacts. I also want to maybe answer a little bit of Mr. Urson's question as well. There are a number of different intakes on that river system through there. None of them, well, I won't say none of them, a number of them which do not have the type of avoidance and mitigation structures for these endangered species. Those are some of the ones that are really concerning to us, because all those species that are present in that area at different life stages obviously could be sucked in by those turbines. And I think, first of all, I want to commend staff for the work that's been put forth on these two withdrawals. VIMS is supportive. Obviously, a lot more work was done, the particulate model being a specific part of that. I know that took a long time to make that happen. But there is a tremendous amount of withdrawal in this section of the river, and there are a number of concerns, both from a biotic and an abiotic function, and that's why taking a comprehensive look at all the withdrawals we think is really important in this part of the river. So thank you very much.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on this matter? You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and the microphone.
My name is Paul Reynolds. Mr. Erskine, the additional withdrawals would be from Cheston Reservoir, Swift Creek, and the Hopewell water intake at the confluence with the James that I know of. I came to you wanting to speak about three things with respect to this permit. First of all, the placement of the dredge. Right now, Prince George has said that they will either put it on agricultural land or right next to an education center in a regional park that was created by 7 jurisdictions. There are important considerations here, and I think that Prince George needs to consider the input from all 7 jurisdictions that created that park. So I'm also worried about the content of the dredge that would be pulled out. As my wife mentioned, Keepone can flow upstream with the tide. And so we really think that sampling or something needs to be done on this dredge. So we request that you do something like core samples first, and that you require that the dredge not be placed in the middle of a regional park, which they have indicated is an alternative site for placing the dredge. My second concern is the impact of the combined permits. You've heard mention of this already. My wife and I have reviewed all the documentation that has flowed for the last 3 years on these 2 permits. There has not been a really valid combined impact study by anybody here, okay? The VIM study studied the two separate intakes. We've already heard it did not study the two intakes working together, Chesterfield County and Prince George, right across the river from each other. I'm concerned about salinity. The VIM study, as I read it, is concerned about salinity at the intakes. What about salinity at the mouth of the river? Non-potable water, because of salinity, is 5 miles downstream of the confluence with the Appomattox. It will have to be treated for salinity at that point in the James, okay? You start removing this kind of amount of water, and that salinity is moving upstream. There has been no joint treatment of harmful algae blooms, debris in the waterway, wetlands, impact on other species in the combined analysis of the withdrawal for those 40 million gallons, 39 million gallons for these two permits. Finally, I want to raise the question of climate change. The water control law here in Virginia that was put on the books in the last year or so, the words climate change do not appear in any of the documents you have before you right now. None. What's the impact between these water withdrawals and what you are charged to consider with respect to impact of climate change? Thank you.
Is there any questions for the commission for the speaker? Thank you, sir. Thanks. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and speak.
I'm Wendy Austin. I'm Executive Director for Friends of the Lower Appomattox River. We did also submit a letter of concern during the public period. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public input into this public process. Not every agency makes that available, so we appreciate that. FOLAR is a nonprofit organization with a mission of working in partnership with communities to conserve, protect, and promote the Appomattox River for all to enjoy. I'm here to express the serious concerns we have received from our members and some partners regarding the potential harmful effects on the lower Appomattox River as a result of the approval of the Prince George permit, along with the Chesterfield County permit, as you have heard. We believe the concerns that have been raised by our communities have not yet been adequately addressed and warrant additional review and study before final consideration of the permit. Of particular concern, you've heard the location of this facility directly across the river from an even larger proposed facility to be built in Chesterfield County, together removing nearly 40 million gallons of fresh water from the Appomattox River daily, which will not be returned to the river, ever. Due to the removal of this amount of fresh water, there is concern that there will be more frequent and severe occurrences of harmful algae. Also of concern is the increased salinity, that because with the reduction of flow out of the Appomattox, salt water in the lower James will progress closer to Hopewell. Again, as you heard, we understand that 5 miles east of Hopewell, salinity levels in the James River exceed drinking water standards, and Hopewell has already seen increased salinity at its intake during drought, and that is in Hopewell. And importantly, all 6 jurisdictions do rely on that water along the Appomattox River for drinking water. And of impact is that this section of the Appomattox River is dominated by discharge releases from the Appomattox River Water Authority. Finally, a portion of the proposed infrastructure for the Prince George Water Intake Facility is planned to be built on the site of the Appomattox River Regional Park, which currently provides the only recreational access to the Appomattox River in Prince George County. The plan, as you've seen, shows infrastructure to be built on the parkland that will be visible from the river. disturbing the view shed of the designated scenic river, again, as you've heard, impairing enjoyment of recreational uses along the river, including the Appomattox River Trail and Park System. We ask that these concerns and the others presented here be further studied before consideration of approval of the permit. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any questions for the speaker from the commission? Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak on this matter? Does the agent or applicant want to have a rebuttal statement or move forward?
No, thank you.
That being said, matters before the commission.
Sir?
Mr. Tankard.
I would like to hear from VIMS about the cumulative impact of the two projects. It seems as though we've only looked at each project individually. It seems as though a cumulative scenario is a bit different than what we have here before us.
You're already sworn in. Could you please state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner. Lyle Varnell with VIMS. That was a question that we first looked at, Mr. Tankard, when we got these applications. We actually sent a letter to Department of Environmental Quality requesting that we be able to assess these together because of their close proximity. That did not occur. However, we can get into the iterations of how we did this. We contracted with each locality separately for these things. We were trying to see if the state was going to cover this for a cumulative effect. However, what arose from the models that we did, and I can get into the specifics if necessary, neither one of these intakes influence the others hydrologically. They're completely separate with no overlapping influence from a hydrologic perspective. So what you see is as the loss of particles, which is eggs and larvae, those are additive, and that's the way that can be looked at accurately. So does that answer your question completely?
When you mean additive, you're going to have to help me with that a little bit.
Certainly. If you have a mortality of 1%, 1.68% at the highest, and how we modeled it at the Prince George location, and you have a highest of right around 4 or 5% on a daily perspective at the Chesterfield, you can look at those as an additive under the worst case scenario like Mr. Erskine was asking about. And to be a bit more specific on that one, we look at the very worst case scenario that you can do when we do these models. We look at the 10% flow, which increases to the maximum the retention time, which would mean that the particles stay in and around the area of the zone of influence of the intake longer than a large flow situation. So if we had found something that was concerning, we would have walked it back and done some more analyses on that. But because the worst case scenario from a flow perspective showed what it did, then we felt that was as far as we were comfortable. We would go to need to show that. So any follow-ups on that?
No, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Frank?
Yeah, I'm going for Mr. Brownell. Sir, these other 3 intakes that were mentioned that don't have screens or protection for larvae and eggs, do you have any idea what their removal rate is, or?
Well, for Surrey Nuclear Power Station, which is down the river, of course, which is actually close to 1 billion gallons per day. That puts it a little bit of relative perspective. Chesterfield Power Station, which is up the James a little bit, they both have to do 316B reports for EPA because of their size of their water withdrawals. And there are hundreds of thousands of larvae and eggs that are lost through those intakes. I guess I would rely on your staff from Habitat to explain about the intakes at those and the size. We just went through the relicensing exercise for Surrey Nuclear Power Plant with this, and for federal consistency. And because of the volume, they really can't use these particular screens from what that is. What they have decided to do is if allowed, of course, the worst thing would be for that place to overheat. But if allowed, they would reduce withdrawal during some vulnerable times, seasonal times of the year, to address the amount of larvae that, and eggs that are removed from the water column.
Okay, and the reason I asked that question is you just keep adding withdrawals from the river, you know, it's going to increase on the removal of larvae and eggs.
That's correct, and we have that concern, and we did years ago when the State Water Management Plan was put out by DEQ, which they do periodically. We actually, what we put in these letters, we have sent to DEQ many times in the past saying this is a very necessary thing if you're, for a cumulative impacts assessment of the James River watershed for these intakes in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Varnell.
Any more questions? Mr. Brown? Thank you.
Yeah,
Sir?
can I make one quick comment?
One quick comment.
Yes, sorry. Just in regard to the.
State your name again for the
yeah,
record.
All right, Scott Earhart. Regarding some of the things, I just want to point out too, not only the screens that are offered on this particular project, severely restricted for impingement and entrainment of a lot of the species that are of concern. The modeling that was conducted took into account that eggs that approached and came to that screen were basically fatalities. So they didn't even take, it was not necessarily even take into account, not only the numbers low in the modeling, but it did not necessarily take into account the additional reduction that's going to occur just due to the rejection of the screen and the technology that's being applied for this project, which is, again, much more stringent than anything else as far as these other intakes are being described. So.
Mr. Erskine?
Can I ask a question of the applicant while you're up there?
Yes.
Was there any alternative site analysis done of other areas along the river, or was this where you all chose and that was the only analysis?
Yes, good question. Yes, we did evaluate as part of the overall process, and we were required to look at several other locations. And one of the areas were further up on the James, and due to the extensive nature and also the impacts as well as water quality and the cost of that project, we just made it totally infeasible for the consideration for this due to the distance.
Ms. Callen?
Question for staff, if possible. And I'm sorry, but, yeah.
Mr. Johnson?
It's a question from Mr. Johnson.
What about?
Mr. Johnson?
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks, Susan.
You're not staff for us.
I got it.
In reference to the testing and the placement of drudge spools, normally when we have a situation like this before us where there's drudging involved, staff will have a recommendation or tell us where the drudge spools are to be placed. Is there a reason there's not staff recommendation?
Well, the material is going to be placed into a dewatering basin in the uplands. Let's see. There's a dewatering force main here coming from behind the cofferdams, coming up into the uplands here, where they'll have appropriate ENS controls to contain all the materials to prevent its reentry into the waterway. So
it's not being relocated to another
it will be hauled away at some point. I would assume they're not going to leave it there. I'm assuming to an approved landfill.
Okay, thank you.
In follow-up to Mr. Francis' question, I believe, about the other intake structures on the Appomattox River, I'm not familiar with two of them, but the City of Hopewell's intake structure does not have the intake screen requirements that we normally require on new intake structures. So probably the other two do not as well. But when they do come time, reach their serviceable limits of the time, when they get replaced, we will be requiring those structures. In fact, Hopewell's already opened discussions on replacing their structures at this time, a few months ago. So you will see those structures improved as they're replaced.
Mr. France?
This question may not have anything to do with what we're talking about today, but do any of these projects that withdraw water have any projects that help protect or reintroduce any of these species that are in question?
You mean like funding, projects that would?
That's what I mean, yeah. You understand.
Not that I'm aware of. There were discussions at one point, I think, of maybe doing spawning reintroduction type stuff, but at this point, I don't think there's any projects along those lines for.
Thank you.
For the record, Randy Owen, Chief of Habitat, when we permitted the New Kent County intake of the Monkey River, we did not have the Boone's particle tracking model, so at that time, we had what was known as an unknown mortality loss. They did, in fact, the commission required them, and we asked the consultant for New Kent County is here today representing Chesterfield, but they did, in fact, fund a river herring tagging study out of VCU where they spawned and released river herring from the VCU Rice Center. Given the fact that we now have new best available science to the particle tracking model, with the incident rate that we're showing for impingement entrainment being below natural mortality levels, we did not recommend additional mitigation. However, you are certainly within your rights to consider that.
Mr. Branson, you have a question?
Yes, Mike, if you could show me, one of the comments I heard was about the Appomattox River Regional Park and what would be built on the park. Back to that slide you just had.
Yep.
I see your dredge spoil area over there to the left, and I see something about the Riverside Regional Jail Authority. What is part of the park, what's built on the park, and what's not built on the park? If you could point that out for me with a pointer.
Let's see. I believe for the most part, it's just like trails in wooded area. I don't think there's much in the way of amenities there, but I'm not too familiar with the area.
I mean, go back to that slide. There you go. On the left side where the dredge spoil is going.
Yep.
Is that part of the River Regional Park?
No.
Okay. And so the dredge spoil won't be placed in the park, but what is in the park is a plant there in the lower right?
Here's some upland infrastructure here for pumps and stuff like that. Then they have water lines coming back up into this area here. This facility is located on county property.
Okay.
I do know it's on county property, but if it's within the actual regional park boundaries, I'm not sure.
Okay, all right, that answers my question, thanks.
Any further questions? Mr. Erskine?
Follow up, Mr. Johnson. So with the state and federal permits that are required for such a project, be it DEQ or the Army Corps, is it required to have an accompanied environmental impact statement with this kind of project? I know there were analyses that were done and the such, but
I'm not aware of any EISs or similar studies that were done for this particular project. I think those come into play a lot of time when federal money is involved, but I don't think that's the case here. I don't think there is an EIS with this project.
okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on this matter before we move forward? Sir, you've already spoken.
One quick comment to address something that has not been said.
You got quick
Yes, sir.
comment time, about 5
Yes, sir.
seconds.
Prince George had another alternative. They're members of the Appomattox River Water Authority, and they are not withdrawing their full allocation.
Any further discussion? For the commission. That being said, matters before the commission. Commission works on motions. Mr. Erskine?
I appreciate all the testimony that's taking place, and the applicant coming forward. I know it's been, I guess, a 3-year process, roughly, in something like this. I have a follow-up question, maybe, with this proposal, and I know we're just dealing with this one. We've heard both intakes, items 5 and 6. This happens to be just item 5, but is the withdrawal going to be continuous throughout the year? Or maybe this is a question for staff, if I can. Is the withdrawal from this in particular intake going to be continuous throughout the year? Or I know there's a restriction seasonally, but
They will have authorization to withdraw up to 8.35 million gallons per day any day during the year. I don't think there's any restrictions in DEQ permits saying they can't, that they have to withdraw less during certain times of the year. So they can operate year-round, as far as I'm aware, according to the DEQ water withdrawal permit, which is not part of our authorization today. That's a DEQ question.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any more questions? Mr. Tank?
Yes, I guess I will just state my position. You know, it certainly concerns me that the James River Association and the Chesapeake Bay Foundation would come to us and state their opposition to this. We don't see them on an every meeting basis, far from it. And the cumulative impact, I still have my worries about two different studies done without a real understanding of what the cumulative impact might be. And further, given climate change and our region's continued problems of drought over the last century, it worries me that things like the mussels and the sturgeon could be restricted in their resurgence because of these two projects. So I'm not going to vote for this project.
Anyone else? Once again, matters for the commission, last call. Commission operates on motions.
So for something like this, I think we need a motion to either deny or put it off or bring it back or something. Since it is a matter on the agenda, I don't think we can just not have a motion.
Commissioner, may I have one that's on?
Yes, sir. Mr. Owen?
Call your attention to 28.2.1205.1 of the Code of Virginia. This piece of code section requires us to jointly notice the public notice of this project with DEQ. As a matter of practice, as long as I've been here, the commission has always waited for the DEQ permit to be issued before we would bring it before you. But I want to point out 28.2.1205.1C, which speaks to the joint review process with us and DEQ. After the Water Control Board, which in this case DEQ has taken action, the commission is required to take action within 6 months of the DEQ's permit. That was done December the 16th of 2022. So you are required to act on this by law within 6 months of the DEQ decision.
Yeah, I mean, that just makes it even more necessary that we need some sort of motion. And I mean, given the time frame, I'm not even sure that we could, put it off and bring it back unless the applicant agreed to that.
Mr. Erskine?
So I do hear what Mr. Tankard's saying, and I think we've heard that there's some opposition, obviously, but I also understand that the applicant, has demonstrated a need here. And I might be jumping ahead a little bit here on the next agenda item, but if there is a concern about cumulative impacts, then could we table this issue and request that VIMS conduct the cumulative impact study of these two agenda items 5 and 6 and report back to us within the 6-month time frame we have to act on the permit?
So, Brandy, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you said that the 6-month time frame has already passed? Not yet?
The DEQ took action December 16th of 2022.
Okay, well then, yes.
I put that in a form of motion.
The only thing that I will say is I don't think we can combine those motions with the next one. I think we do need to have like the actual hearing on that one.
Yes, ma'am.
So this would just be a motion on this particular permit, just to
I guess I would only, I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner, go ahead.
I was gonna say, we probably should ask VIMS if they can complete that within the 6-month time frame.
I have faith they're a superpower, so.
Thank you, Mr. Erskine, for that, and thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for letting me answer this. That would be extremely problematic. It took 8 months for each of these, and we have grants and contracts all over the world for this type of modeling. And actually, this modeling group at VIMS, all of this has been peer-reviewed many times. We're actually doing the next generation Chesapeake Bay model for EPA, this group that's doing the modeling that's in front of you today. So we're highly confident in what we have. That would require putting other things aside for this, and although a lot of the work goes into the development of the very sophisticated, highly detailed grid for the area that goes all the way out into Chesapeake Bay and all the way up to Richmond in the James River and all the tributaries, that's done. But running it is still requires resources for this. It's a large thing. So that would be, in one respect, yes, we will abide by what the state needs in some way. We would find a way to do it. But I will say this: we've had a lot of discussions at VIMS with Fisheries, Office of Research and Advisory Services, and our modeling group in the Department of Physical Sciences. One of the reasons we wanted to combine these was to see if there was any effect, which we did not think there were effects from each intake on each other. It was more of an efficiency from the state and for the clients for this. And we know that there's some immediacy on this, so that's why we tried to get that done. It would have been less expensive for VIMS to run it as one model for whomever was going to purchase that service from us. But it's also important to know that we've been thinking about this ever since the whole eastern Virginia, east of 95, became a groundwater management area, and the estuary began being invaded by intakes in the freshwater reaches. We knew that was a necessity because localities have to cut back on the groundwater they use. So we're in a little conundrum there. But I will say this: we do not expect, because we've had those discussions with this group, we would not expect any difference in outcome from mortality of eggs and larvae should we run a combined model, because these two models have shown that they're separately, because they use the same grid, and we know how little hydrological influence each has on the overall Appomattox River system, that we would not expect any interaction at all from the two. Actually, our modeling can show that in one of the intakes, it's the next one you hear, there's a 1 millimeter reduction in water level just above the intake. To exaggerate like that. That's how, everything is very localized because of these. It sounds like a huge volume. Relatively, it is not a huge volume compared to the James River watershed and the Appomattox watershed, which again is a very quick flushing system. Water coming over the Chesden Dam, our model shows, plus there's other models that DEQ uses for water supply, show that this river can flush in one day. A particle released at Chesden Dam is at the mouth of the confluence of the James River in one day in some situations. So hydrologically, that's a long way to get to. Yes, we will entertain the motion and do what's necessary, but we don't foresee any difference in outcome given what the outcomes were on these.
Thank you.
And Mr. Varnell, you've been with VMRC for quite some time, and so
4.5 years before I went to VIMS, but I've been with VIMS quite some time.
excuse me,
32 years.
So,
Yes.
all right, thank you so much.
Certainly.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Mr. Tanker.
Well, these river systems are totally foreign to me, growing up and living on the eastern shore. It's hard for me to imagine what it is that flows through here. So I retract my statement and further make a motion to support this application.
I have a motion, Mr. Tankett, to approve the project. Do I have a second? Second. Second, Mr. Erskine. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? One opposed. Mr. France opposes. And Mr. Minor opposes as well. Mr. Eversole, your turn.
Sir. Jumping mouse. All right, we're going to move about a half-mile downstream of the Appomattox River, where Chesterfield County Department of Utilities requests authorization to install a 29.8 million gallon per day municipal water intake structure in the Appomattox River, extending channelward from the northern bank of the river, immediately upstream of the Interstate 295 bridge crossing in Chesterfield County. And the project is protested by multiple parties. Project's located on the Appomattox River, right here. We're at the 295 bridge crossing. The town of Hopewell is to the east, city of Richmond to the north. Here's an aerial view of the same shot. The intake structure for Chesterfield is proposed to be right here, adjacent to the 295 bridge. The project also consists of piping to a water treatment plant on this side of the county. Just for reference, the Prince George County intake structure is right about here. The Appomattox River is about 875 feet wide at the proposed intake location, with depths averaging 12 feet at mean low water. This is a plan view showing the intake structure would be here on the upland. They would bore down and then tunnel out into the river. The intake structure would be out in the river about 350 feet, and everything would be encased in a cofferdam shown here at the limits of disturbance. Here's a cross-section showing this would be the upland intake pump station. They would drill down again, drill out, and then work in cofferdams to install the intake structure. Just another shot here to show you they are proposing 1 millimeter slot screens, as we always require, and that they are working in the intake would be located at least 12 feet of water at mean low water. Here's another plan view showing the intake structure coming out, again encased in a cofferdam, and it is kind of wedged in between the 295 bridge and a Dominion Power overhead line easement here. You'll also note that there's an 85-foot clearance between the edge of limits of disturbance, the timber pilings or the timber dolphins, and the navigation channel. These are just some cross-sections showing the details. Some ground shots showing the location. These are taken right down at water level in the Appomattox. The structure would be located 350 feet here in between the 295 bridge and the power lines you see to the right of the slide. Another shot from ground level. This is from up on the bank where the water treatment plant pump station would be, and we're just looking down into the river. There is some boat traffic that comes up and down the river here. Mike did mention the Vulcan daily barges from the Vulcan quarry. There are also some residential smaller boats that there's a couple of private and commercial marinas that are in the area. But we had no objection from boaters for this project. The project is protested by some nearby property owners, Paul and Craig Reynolds, who live in Hopewell. who believe that the proposal may result in algal blooms, increased salinity, and adverse impacts to historically important land. They're also concerned about the potential for keep-on contamination, which you heard about, and even question the county's projected water needs. Both Mr. and Mrs. Reynolds are here today and will speak to you. Projects also objected to by the Sierra Club, Falls of the James Group, the James River Association, the Southern Environmental Law Center, and the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, and their concerns range from potential entrainment of eggs and larvae and flora to possible water quality concerns. They also stress the need for regional water usage approach rather than the neighboring municipalities working independently. The project's been under review by the Department of Environmental Quality since the application was submitted in 2020. DEQ issued its final water protection permit on December 16th of 2022. The Corps of Engineers issued their public notice for the project that same day, but they have not yet completed their review of the project. VIMS ran the same three-dimensional hydrodynamic particle tracking model that you learned about in the Prince George hearing. Multiple model scenarios were run, and the maximum daily removal rate due to the water withdrawal for Chesterfield ranged from 0 to 2 to 3%. These are well below the documented natural mortality rates, and their considerations to additional population mortality is considered minimal. The VIMS model also considered salinity and found that there would be no influence from the intake. And while the VIMS model did not model both intakes together, the independent modeled effects from the two intakes combined would be too low to cause concern to VIMS. They further looked into the keep-on contamination issue and determined there are no detrimental effects from this project anticipated. The Department of Wildlife Resources, as Mike mentioned in the other project, they've provided extensive comments which include the 1 millimeter mesh screens and an intake velocity of 0.25 feet per second. They also are asking for two in-stream or 2 time of year restrictions from February 15 to June 30 and August 1 to November 15 to protect the anadromous fish and the Atlantic sturgeon. And they also note the possible presence of the state-threatened green floater mussel and are asking for a land-based study and a possible time of year restriction for that. So in summary, the project as proposed requires commission authorization for the encroachment over state-owned submerged land pursuant to Title 28.2, Chapter 12 of the Code of Virginia. While staff acknowledges the protestants' concerns, it's imperative to note that the commission's jurisdiction over this project is limited to the physical encroachment of the intake structure over the state-owned submerged lands within the river. In light of the protestants' larger concerns with water quality issues, staff solicited input from the commission's scientific advisors at VIMS, as well as various state agencies. The VIMS particle tracking model indicated that mortality due to impingement and entrainment of eggs and larvae was below natural mortality levels and salinity would not change. Therefore, they had no concerns regarding the amount of water proposed to be withdrawn. I would note that the project's impact on water quality of the Appomattox River is determined by DEQ's permit, and we note that all recommendations of DWR have been incorporated into our recommended permit conditions. Accordingly, in light of the DEQ's jurisdiction and authority to regulate the raw water withdrawal, and after evaluating the merits of the project and considering all the factors contained in 28.2-1205 of the Code of Virginia and 68.1-1-10, which states that public water supply uses for human consumption shall be considered the highest priority, staff recommends approval of the project as proposed. The anticipated public and private benefits appear to exceed the anticipated detriments, and we recommend approval with the following permit conditions. The intake should be equipped with 1 millimeter mesh screens and a maximum intake velocity of 0.25 feet per second. The in-stream construction activities shall be accomplished within cofferdams constructed of non-erodible materials as detailed in the current edition of the Virginia Erosion Sediment Control Handbook. And in-stream work time of year restriction of February 15 to June 30 to protect anadromous fishes, as well as an additional August 1 to November 15 time of year restriction to protect the Atlantic sturgeon. To protect the threatened green floater mussel, the permit approval should also include DWR's recommendation of a time of year from April 15 through June 30 and August 15 through September 30, and a mussel survey and relocation effort be performed, and this can all be waived depending on DWR's acceptance of the results of the survey. Finally, the last condition we'd like to tweak just a bit. We met with Chesterfield County staff and Chief Owen this morning, and we would like to change this last permit condition and state that prior to upland waterline construction activities around the Ashton Creek location, the permittee shall submit for VMRC review and approval plans for the crossings of Ashton Creek to determine again whether it's tidal or non-tidal and get a better understanding of the details of that installation. And just so you can see, that's this area here where the water line will come around behind the project, and you see it'll cross Ashton Creek right here. And it's going to cross, proposed to be crossing right at the tidal, non-tidal limits. And so we would just ask that we review the plans prior to that installation. VIMS is here, the applicant is here, Chesterfield County and their engineer are here. I know the protestants would like to speak. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. And
Any questions? Mr. Jefferson? Mr. Tankard? When you look at the red line of the pipe that goes from one area to the other, I have to wonder why didn't we, or they, decide to pump water to the location, right at the location?
That's a good question, and I think I would refer that to Arcadis, the project engineer, if you don't mind.
Any further questions? Mr. Branson?
Yes, sir, thank you. You made comment about no keep-home impact. Now, I recognize that our duty and our bounds of our authority are the physical encroachment on state-owned lands, not so much DEQ's area, which is water quality and volume, core sediment and everything else. So to make that differentiation, but we have to hear all these issues and weighing our response. What, you said no keep-home impact. Who was that, and what kind of, did they do a sampling program to determine that? Because I understand that it's localized, potentially localized.
Right.
Did they do how did they determine no impact to keep-home?
Mr. Varnell addressed that a little bit in the Prince George application, and I would ask him to maybe address that in further detail. I would note that all the work in the river will be done in the dry behind cofferdams.
Right.
So, I mean, that should alleviate some concern over any keep-on contamination.
To some extent.
Mr. Varnell, would you like to come up? Bob Varnell, VIMS again. Mr. Branson, we're actually in the Code of Virginia, specific one section that we are required to monitor keep-up since that thing. We, unfortunately, the person who is our toxicologist and organic chemist, we lost him January 1 to retirement, but he's still a good friend to the office and helps us. This was a issue that we addressed a few months ago. We are very cognizant of that issue, and we always have been. Anywhere in the James River that there's removal of sediment, because keep-on was buried in the sediments, and it is now at a depth to where if we look at a dredging project, if it goes below a certain level, we have concern. If it does not, we have less concern. The spike or the peak sediment keep-on levels in the James River are down near the mouth of the Chickahominy, way downriver. They did make their way upriver and into the Appomattox a ways. What you have here is a very small dredging project, very small. And like
Mr. Eversole said, behind the cofferdam gives more comfort for that from a perspective. But it's very important to know about ketone. It is a very dangerous chemical, and it's very persistent. It's one of the forever chemicals. But it is not itself toxic. It is the metabolites that, where it is a concern of ours, is not just a small release, if there is any, because federal project channels are dredged all the time in the James River, down lower where the ketone is. It is the bioaccumulation in the adipose tissue of the fishes that are of concern, that causes fish advisories and such. This is such a relatively small amount from both projects that, you know, we did look at that as all the other metrics that you've seen there. We did look at that, and that was not a concern for our chemists, our environmental chemists in this.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Commissioner, can I add one thing I failed to mention? You have all of the letters of opposition in your packet. However, I was presented one additional letter from the Reynolds that I'd like to present to you today.
Thank you, sir. Let the record reflect, Ms. Hall, go ahead. Any more questions from Mr. Eversole? Reviewing that. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone here that's representing the applicant who would like to speak, please?
Technical difficulties here. How many people does it take to control a mouse? Any ideas? Done that. I'm just hung up in the slide itself and can't close out.
Locked.
That's a good idea. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Tricky as to go. Sorry for the delay.
Yeah, raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name in the microphone for the record, please.
Good morning, Commissioner, members of the Commission. My name is George Hayes. I'm the Director of Chesterfield County Utilities. Chesterfield County is here today also with our technical consultants, Arcadis, to listen closely and answer any questions you have on our Appomattox River water supply. We appreciate VMR staff working with us. We're actually on the site with Mr. Eversole at the end of December to walk the site. We do appreciate all their work on our application, and we actually appreciate the work that you did to have this public meeting. We do appreciate it. Just tell you quickly a little bit about Chesterfield County. We're located in central Virginia, just south of the city of Richmond. Chesterfield County is the fourth largest jurisdiction in Virginia as far as population, just behind Fairfax, Prince William, and Loudoun County. Chesterfield is undergoing significant growth, which is necessitating the need for us to increase water supplies with Chesterfield County to ensure both our existing customers and our future customers have access to safe and reliable water. Based on UVA's Weldon Cooper population data that just came out last month, Chesterfield County's ranked #1 in terms of absolute numerical growth last year and #4 in terms of population growth as a percentage. Specifically, Chesterfield County added just under 12,000 residents and increased the population by an astounding 3.2% in that 1 year. As part of our water supply study, Chesterfield and our consultant did do a comprehensive alternative analysis that is shown here on this slide. We actually looked at 11 locations for a future water supply. They're shown in your green circles on this slide here.
Also on this slide, to answer some of your questions, you had questions about intakes and things like that. You can see other existing water supply intakes with the orange triangle on this slide. We also plotted up on this slide municipal wastewater discharges, which are the red squares, and then the purple pentagons are major industrial discharges. Our site would be number 6, where you see I-295 crossing the Appomattox River. That's the proposed and site for the Appomattox River supply, and was the preferred site out of the comprehensive alternatives analysis. Also on the slide, you'll see a black line in the river, which is the 5-mile public water supply zone, where public water supplies should not cite their locations per code and VDH within 5 miles of a significant wastewater treatment plant discharge due to water quality reasons. So when you look on this slide of the black lines of all the major discharges in the river, you can really see a significant factor on the selection of 6 is that area where you don't see those black lines, where there's no wastewater discharges. And there's actually, it's about a 6-mile area from the confluence of the James River and the Appomattox, all the way to where you see that black line, that red number, I believe it's number 4, on the bottom of the slide is the South Central Wastewater Authority. We're one of 5 members of that wastewater authority, and it's a 23 million gallon per day wastewater treatment plant that discharges to the Appomattox River, but we're well downstream, well beyond the 5-mile limit on that. You already saw an overview of the project. Chesterfield County purchased a 33-acre intake and withdrawal site. You can see to your right, that polygon to the right. It's just east of historic Pointer Rocks Park, just west of where I-295 crosses the Appomattox River. Then we have a approximately 3-mile segment where we install a raw water transmission line that runs from the intake site all the way to the treatment plant site. The treatment plant site was acquired by Chesterfield County Utilities. It's a fairly large site. It's 89 acres. It's well buffered from any residential communities. It's already zoned I-2 industrial, which is appropriate for a water treatment plant siting. So it was already zoned prior to us purchasing the property. And it's well buffered from the residential communities, both by the industries that are currently in that park, as well as large tracts of agricultural land. The Chesterfield County has proposed very environmental friendly methods of construction for the river withdrawal facilities. This includes the proposed intake raw water pump station would be on the top of about a 90-foot bluff on the Appomattox River. There's actually an existing home at that site right now. That home would be taken down. We purchased the property and own the property and the home. We would then have a vertical shaft that would go 90 to 100 feet down, and then we would actually bore from the river to that vertical shaft to have the least impact on the area. This design would better preserve existing surface features and minimize visual impacts of the facilities as viewed from the river. The intake screens are going to be located in an extremely deep portion of the river. That portion of the river is about 12 feet deep, so that it'll keep it, and that's mean low water level is about 12 feet where the screens will be located. So it's going to be well submerged and out of sight. We also plan to install safety buoys and timber dolphins around the intake screens to alert any river users to the submerged structures and prevent any boat encounters with the structures. And these would have to be a deeper vessel because the river in that area is about 12 feet deep during low levels. We do appreciate working with staff and the slight modification to the special condition number 5. We fully understand that we have to submit more detailed design plans where the raw water transmission main crosses Ashton Creek. Just to give you an idea, the transmission line is about a 3-mile project, so a significant project. VMRC's concern is a specific crossing just at Ashton Creek, so we're talking about a 40-foot portion that crosses approximately 40-foot easement that would be crossing that portion of the creek. That's their main concern over the whole 3-mile portion, so a very specific request there. And with that, after the public hearing, Arcadis and our staff would be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have on the project.
Any questions for the speaker? Mr. Taggart.
So with regard to the Ashton Creek amendment or proposed amendment, you're okay with that amendment, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. The amendment would be specific to submitting designs, drawings for review and approval from VMRC staff about that specific crossing, yes.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that wants to speak on this project?
In opposition.
Yep, for or against, we'll go either way here. Come on up. You're sworn in, just state your name for the record.
Paul Reynolds. I have 5 points I'm obviously going to have to cover very quickly. Amount of water we've removed, harmful algae blooms, salinity, environmental justice, and climate change. The amount of water that will be removed is phenomenal with these 2 permits that you're considering today. Chesterfield County alone, from early June to mid-November last year, with what they're asking you to be allowed to withdraw, would have withdrawn 34% of the water flowing past the Matoac gauge upstream on the Appomattox. In combination with the Prince George permit that you just approved, it would be 45% of the fresh water supply flowing down the Appomattox River. When is it too much? When is the impact on wetlands and aquatic life going to be taken into account here by removing this much fresh water flowing down the Appomattox River? Second point, harmful algae blooms. Many agencies here in Virginia are very concerned about harmful algae blooms, and with good reason. You're part of a statewide task force on harmful algae blooms. There's a paper I'd like to cite that came out in 2021 noting the impact on wetland life with respect to harmful algae blooms that has not been cited in any of the documents that are before you. The author is Rev Snyder. I'd be happy to give you this abstract.
You're going to have to now. You brought it up for the record, so it's going to be mine now. Mr. Hall, can you note for the record that I have this documentation? Thank you, sir. Yes.
DEQ, really with the VIM study, the primary focus of that study was about sturgeon. The words that we see in the reports about salinity have to do with salinity at the intake. As I said for the Prince George permit, it's not addressing salinity on down the river, that VIM study. And that needs to be addressed. I've gone through all the VIMS documents offered up on your website, and the word salinity appears once in a VIMS document and has nothing to do with what I'm addressing here. Absolutely nothing. There's no treatment of the combined impact on harmful algae blooms, debris in the waterway, wetlands, and other species. Who is addressing these issues? This needs to be addressed. Florida studies show that there are detrimental effects of harmful algae blooms on fisheries and on shellfish and on generating widespread fish kills. You can find these papers, they're on the web. They're easy to find. DEQ has currently state funds to study the impact of harmful algae blooms. Shouldn't the issuance of this permit await the outcome of their study? It's clear by removing 45% of the water, you are going to change the residence time of water between these 2 intakes and the James River. You're going to dramatically change it. And the gentleman from VIM said that the river can flush in one day. It wasn't flushing in one day all last summer, and we were not in a drought, we were not in reduced water conditions. We were at flows that were well below 50 cubic feet per second coming down the river. And Prince George and Chesterfield County are looking to withdraw 45% of that. With respect to salinity, I've raised the issue. As a resident of Hopewell, I am very concerned about the salinity coming up the James and the impact on water intakes at Hopewell and further up the river. My last 2 points, environmental justice. The state is telling you, you need to pay attention to environmental justice. Hopewell is a minority-majority community. We have raised these issues. It's in your documentation. No one has addressed them. None. DEQ says, not our purview. Okay, whose purview is it? And finally, climate change, same thing I said for Prince George. Look through your documents. You've got the water control law on the books last year that talks about having to consider climate change. The words climate change do not appear in any of these permit documents. There's apparently no treatment of it whatsoever. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Mr. Erskine.
So you had mentioned harmful algal blooms several times in your testimony. What link are you making between this permit application and the potential for increased harmful algal blooms?
Reduced residence time, and that's well recognized. When you're starting to pull the equivalent of 45% of the downstream flow out of the river, the water between these two intakes and the James River is going to stay resident much longer because you're not flushing it out.
So as a follow-up, sir?
Yes, sir.
So you're suggesting because the water will be sitting there, that's the driving force between increasing harmful algal blooms?
It is a driving force. Another is nutrients coming into the river.
Thank you.
But of course, it would be also residence time, widely recognized as a factor in the development of harmful algae blooms. Yes.
Any further questions for the speaker? Thank you very much. I have one question for Mr. Owen. He might be able to answer this for me. Correct me if I'm wrong. DEQ has permitted this project?
They permitted it December 16th.
I thought you said. So, I mean, if they were, the reason I'm asking is he referred to wanting them to do a study. If they were interested in doing a study and he had the money for it, I would assume that would have been done prior to approving the permit.
I don't know that, but I know that DEQ did consider this and the Prince George intakes in their analysis, and they issued both permits in mid-December.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this matter? All right, I'm gonna start timing you guys. You're getting a little long-winded. 3 minutes, Jamie, please. State your name for the record. You're already sworn in.
Craig Reynolds. What I need to say won't fit in 3 minutes, so please do read my written comments to the DEQ and the Army Corps. In a March 2020 letter, the VMRC asked Chesterfield to explain why it was putting its new intake on the Appomattox and not on the James. Advising agencies had indicated that there would be less environmental harm if it were put on the James. Chesterfield pointed to its alternative study, the study that Mr. Hayes just highlighted in his talk. But I find the study's conclusions problematic. The study identified a site on the tidal James that called the Falling Creek option, and it described the site as having the required 5-mile separation from a wastewater treatment plant. But when it came to rating the Falling Creek option, it dinged it because it didn't have the 5-mile separation. What had happened is that it had conflated that option, the Falling Creek option, with the other tidal James River option, which didn't have the 5-mile separation. If not for that error, the Falling Creek option would have rated on a par with the Appomattox. DEQ, in its rationale, just didn't notice the error. Then there's the most environmentally friendly option of all, which is leaving the water in the river. Chesterfield went into the permitting process projecting for 2035, excuse me, an upper bound on max day demand resulting in a 0.5 million gallons a day shortfall and a lower bound on max day demand resulting in a 11.5 million gallons a day surplus. Chesterfield wouldn't need much more water to meet 2037 demand. But over 2 years into the permitting process, and what turned out to be just 2 weeks before the draft permit was issued, Chesterfield submitted an update saying that its max day demand had increased by 20.8 million gallons per day. It gave scant justification for the increase. The DEQ granted it in full and didn't appear to ask questions. Chesterfield didn't say from which bound the increased demand was calculated. It could have been the lower bound or the upper bound or an average. DEQ assumed the upper bound without discussion. DEQ also mischaracterized the max day need as the average day need, and then multiplied what was already a max day need by a peak factor to get an erroneously inflated max day need. The DEQ didn't respond to my comments about Chesterfield's need or its alternatives. I think they deserve attention. Please do read them and do what you can. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this matter? State your name for the record, please.
Yes, thank you. Wendy Austin, again, Friends of the Lower Appomattox River. And again, thank you for the opportunity to provide public input. As previously stated, FOLAR's mission is to work in partnership with communities to conserve and protect and promote the Appomattox River for all to enjoy. And again, I'm here on behalf of many of our members and partners who expressed concerns to us regarding the potential harmful effects on the Lower Appomattox River as a result of approval of Chesterfield County's permit. Again, we believe that all of the concerns have not been addressed adequately and request that review and study continue before final consideration of the permit. And very similar concerns that I mentioned with the previous permit for Prince George County, that there is concern about the combined impact of the two facilities being so close on the Appomattox River and having not been thoroughly studied and reviewed through full modeling. And that the water will not be returned, all that magnitude of water removed and not returned to the river. Again, also the concern for more frequent and severe occurrences of harmful algae blooms, which you have heard. Concern, again, for potential increased salinity coming up the Appomattox River that will affect drinking water. Additional information that the Appomattox River is dominated by the dam upstream from releases from that, and actually then also that the applicants, Chesterfield County and Prince George County, are both on voting board members of that ARWA facility and thus have influence on the dam operations and then will also have influence on these intake facilities. So there's concern about overreaching there. And then finally, which I didn't mention before, both these facilities are located within what's called the priority area of the Governor of Virginia's Conserve Virginia strategy, which identifies land having the highest conservation value for the Commonwealth. And this is a concern for us that all of this construction and water removal will have potential impact on the habitat and land disturbance. So again, FOLAR asks for these concerns to be further studied before consideration of approval of the permit.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any questions for the speaker? Thank you, ma'am. Please state your name for the record, sir, please.
Yes, Tom Dunlap with the James River Association once more. I'd like to start by just stating for the record that we are really appreciative of DWR's recommendations for the mesh screen size being adopted into the designs for this to reduce impingement and entrenchment mortality of planktonic life in the river. But I'd echo the same comments I made for the Prince George permit. We have the exact same concerns with just a couple of items that I'd like to clarify in addition. As we're talking about time of year restrictions, we're talking about time of year restrictions not for the operation, the eventual operation of any proposed intakes. We're talking about just for the construction. So impacts that could happen from the operation of these intakes are going to happen in those seasons of drought where reduced flow is going to impact wildlife. I'd also like to point out that the projections for the withdrawal for this particular permit were based on estimates for 2045, and the permit with DEQ was only supposed to take into consideration for the permit term through 2037. So they exceed what was supposed to be considered in terms of the allowed withdrawals. Again, I'd once more ask that we go beyond DWR's recommendation for a land-based habitat survey and go to what would likely be an eventually required aquatic-based habitat survey for freshwater mussel habitat. And until these issues are addressed, we'd like you all to seek further study before considering the approval of this permit. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Chris Moore, Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Mr. Commissioner, members of the commission, want to align our comments with those from the James River Association as well. As I mentioned before during the previous one, a lot of our issues here are the nature of all these different withdrawals in this section of the river. A number of different species that we manage very intensely: striped bass, river herring, American shad, sturgeon, that are unfortunately being impacted by these withdrawals. And we hope that comprehensive studies can lead us to a better outcome for both biotic and abiotic factors in the river. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this matter? Come up to my phone. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record in the microphone.
My name is Paul Peterson, and I work with an engineering firm, Arcadis, and we're the agent for Chesterfield County on this project. And wanted just to take a couple minutes to respond to a few of the concerns that were expressed in the comments, if I may. There were some comments made today about the alternatives that we looked at, both for the source water as well as, I think, the intake site on the Appomattox River. As far as the James River versus the Appomattox River, this chart clearly shows that on the James River, as you approach Richmond, there are numerous large industrial and municipal wastewater discharges, which greatly magnifies the chance of not only being within a 5-mile public health zone, but just a spill event. There's just many more contamination risks on the James River than on the Appomattox, which has one major treatment plant upstream as far as wastewater discharges. So from a public health standpoint, much riskier in our view to be on the tidal James above Hopewell. As far as the intake sites, we did look at alternative possibilities on the Appomattox River in that area around Alternative 6. The Appomattox River has very unusually variant topography, and there's not a lot of good sites when you look at the challenges. There was a site located upstream at Dodd Park. It's along this Port Wathel Channel, if you see that, sort of closer to the water treatment plant site. So we did look at that, and the big problem we have is that whether we're on the main stem of the Appomattox or on that channel, we still need the same footprint for this intake, and it's a large footprint. We have to have a cofferdam to construct it, and that channel, the Port Wathel Channel, is only about 200 to 250 feet wide. So from a construction standpoint with the cofferdam, it just isn't a lot of room, wiggle room, and we've got numerous docks, boat use going on there, so it's very constrained, both from a construction standpoint and allowing recreational navigation to continue. There's also, some other issues, but I think those, I'll just leave it at that as the highlighted. We did look at that, and being on the main stem of the Appomattox River where we're proposing is almost 900 feet wide. That gives us a lot of room to not only construct, but leave plenty of room for navigation. So there were some comments made about the sturgeon, and in addition to the very protective screen design with the 1 millimeter slots and the 1/4 foot per second maximum through slot velocity, that's at a maximum withdrawal rate. You heard about the time of year restrictions for avoiding both spring and fall periods and part of the summer for construction. In addition to all that, we had NOAA Fisheries do a benthic habitat characterization survey. The colorized map you're looking at shows different bottom types, and as far as the sturgeon is concerned, the preferred habitat is really the hard bottom as far as the spawning, and I've got the expert over here, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the rock and gravel and cobble types of bottom are really more conducive for adhesion of the sturgeon eggs. So we were looking for that, and what we found was that, or NOAA found, was that the more gravelly substances located closer to the Point of Rocks bluff, and basically our intake site well into the river is avoiding that more suitable habitat for the sturgeon. So we tried to avoid that as much as possible with our design, as even with our cofferdam area. So we also had some comments about the salinity changes. VIMS, as you heard, did this particle tracking modeling study, and this is a picture of the cover from that. And one of the conclusions was that even with a withdrawal rate of 40 million gallons a day, that would not cause significant changes in the salinity distribution. And that was even in the low river discharge scenario that they modeled. And in addition to that, one of the outputs from the study looked at the difference between no withdrawal and with withdrawal, and looking at absolute salinity changes. And this colorized visual here is showing the blue colors, meaning that everything is down below the 0.1 parts per thousand in terms of the change. And when you look at where the larger changes, and it's actually down well below the Appomattox, closer to the Chickahominy and even below that. So when you get up into the Appomattox River, you're looking at those dark blues. That's basically, you know, approaching zero in the hundredths of a part per thousand. Very small changes. So this is again looking at differences in salinity. So I think there was comments about, you know, how does the salinity change up and down the river, and this is showing that a full consideration of the entire James River, you know, was done as part of this study. There were some comments made about flow reduction, and I did want to clarify one or two things about that. So the flow reduction issue and percentages and all of that, that's something we certainly looked at, and I think DEQ looked at this, but the statistics that are based on the proposed withdrawals, when you look at that, you got to consider the tidal hydrology, and we did look at that, and based on estimates that we developed based on average width and depth dimensions where we're talking about this withdrawal, we estimated that the flood tide flow totals within a day are like 3.4 billion gallons a day at this location, and the ebb tide was more like 2.5 billion gallons, or 2,500 million gallons a day. So they're very large flow volumes going back and forth across this proposed intake site. So that's really the kind of flow number you have to look at, not what is gauged on a freshwater gauge upstream. And so when you look at those tidal flows, the maximum that's permitted in the DEQ permit is 29.8 MGD. That's less than 1% of the daily flood tide flow total, and about 1.2% of the ebb tide flows. So as a percentage of the flows, it's extremely low. And I think Mr. Barnell spoke to a very small change in water surface elevation of a millimeter or something like that. Algae blooms were brought up. Just wanted to say with the algae blooms, typically, I think as you all know, those occur in conditions of excess nutrient concentrations. Chesterfield's project is not involving any nutrient loading to the Appomattox River estuary. And in addition to all of that, the same concern was brought up with the DEQ permit review, and that permit includes a reopener clause that should there be substantial chlorophyll A increases that DEQ observes through the monitoring data, in proximity to the withdrawal, they would have a reopener clause to that. So that's kind of, I think, an important consideration. The DEQ is looking at that as the project moves forward. Finally, cumulative impacts were discussed at some length today. And one of the things that the VIMS particle tracking modeling study did for the Chesterfield project was it modeled a constant 40 million gallon per day withdrawal. That's not really how the project would operate. That's assuming the max, a maximum design capacity all the time. So, and that's even more than what DEQ permitted. Well, if you take the maximum Chesterfield County allowed on any day in their permit, it's 29.8, and I think it's 8.35 MGD for the Prince George County permit. Together, those two numbers are a little over 38 million gallons a day. You heard today that effects are probably additive. I'm just making the point that just for Chesterfield's project, the amount of flow modeled or withdrawal modeled exceeds the maximum from both projects under the permits. So it was a conservatively done analysis. And when you look at the average permitted withdrawals, those are a little over 16 million gallons a day for Chesterfield and a little over 5 million gallons a day for Prince George. That's just slightly over half of the rate that VIMS was modeling. So from a cumulative standpoint, our opinion is that it was a pretty conservatively done analysis looking at that very high rate. Those were the points I wanted to offer some clarification on. Glad to answer questions.
Any questions from the commission? Thank you, sir. Does anyone else want to speak on this matter? That being said, matters before the commission. Got a motion to approve staff recommendations from Mr. Minor. I'll second it. Got a second it from Mr. Minor and Mr. Hammond.
And that's with the amended portion.
Yes. Is that correct? With the amended portion? Yes, with the amended portion. According to crossing at Ashton Creek. All those in? Yes, sir, Mr.
Yeah,
Frank.
just I'd like to make a statement before we vote. There's a lot of agencies in this room that are represented today that have worked long and hard to preserve striped bass, shad, herring, sturgeon. And it seems to me like we're all gonna be taking a step back here with this. And, as time goes on, there's gonna be more need. And when will the next project like this come ahead? Things like this have hurt commercial fishermen and recreational fishermen over the years, and just because of that, I'm going to vote no.
We have a motion and a second. I'll put it up for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nope. In opposition, Mr. Francis. No.
All right, good morning, Mr. Commissioner, members of the commission. As you have been advised in your memo that you received last week, items 7 through, I believe, 12 are all briefed together here. It's individual applications, but it's one breakwater project across a series of plats on the Eastern Shore. So again, it'll be one presentation, you have one evaluation, one FIMS report, but because of the separate parcels, there's 6 applications on this one. So again, this is the application for the breakwaters and sand nourishment channelward of mean low water. There's 6 private lots. They're all adjacent except for one non-participant. Why it's here before you today is because the non-participant Sandcastle Construction LLC has protested all 6 projects. You can see the 6 JPA numbers below you. They ranged across a series of 6 months when those were kind of coming in, so you have pretty different numbers. They range from 85 linear feet up to 190 linear feet, and those are approximately the width of the property lines. Is the reason the different distances are proposed there. This is located in the Sand Hill area just south of Arlington Plantation on the Eastern Shore. So you have the town of Cape Charles up here to the north, and then Old Plantation Creek. And then there's a large dune system where there's a lot of different types of shoreline stabilization that's occurred here. Kipta Peak State Park is down to the south. This is an area of currently on hardened shoreline, so there's a beach and a natural dune face. You can see the 6 lots here, and I'll point out Sandcastle Construction in parentheses is the non-participating lot, which will not have a breakwater and is protesting the project. To the north of the properties, you have existing riprap, so that riprap is placed on the toe of the dune, and all the beach at that location has eroded away. To the south of the project, you have natural beach again that continues into a natural area preserve. I'm showing you the applications now from north to south just for ease of understanding, so you can see the gaps and things. This is the Hubbard property, which is the furthest north. You can see at the north, I'll call your attention to the riprap that's already on the existing shoreline. This was permitted some years ago. The more favorable approach to shoreline stabilization in sites like this is now an offshore breakwater, as it allows the beach to remain in place. So you're starting here with the breakwater at the Hubbard property. This one is one of the longer ones because the Hubbards actually have 2 parcels, and the sand nourishment will go from behind the breakwater all the way to the landward side. You can see the height of the breakwaters is 2 feet above mean high water, and then they have this toe feature that was added in front of the breakwater that just kind of helps disperse the waves as they come in. So that toe is submerged at all times, but it just kind of helps roll the wave back instead of crashing over the full breakwater. And again, I should note, I'll note it later, but the additional sand nourishment to mean high water, the additional height, and that toe were all recommendations of VIMS to make the project a little bit more suitable for the high wave energy at this site. The next lot down is the Bayfront DLB property. This is directly north of the protestant, Sandcastle Construction. Again, per VIM's recommendations, the breakwater was extended on this site, so you now have a longer breakwater, 35 feet to the north and 10 to the south. That's to reduce the gaps, as in these breakwater systems, you will have an embayment that forms. If you're all familiar with Buckrow Beach or Cape Charles Public Beach, you get those tombolos of sand that form. And so reducing the gaps reduces the size of that embayment and the subsequent erosion on the adjacent properties. So the extension to the south will reduce the embayment that the Sandcastle Construction property will face. Skipping over that lot, now we're down to the Anderson lot. Again, the breakwater was extended to the north. All the other dimensions remain the same as far as the height and the toe and the nourishment. The Feaster lot is the next one down. We have another gap with the drawings. Down to the Bradley lot. This one was extended quite a bit to reduce the gap here based on the VIMS report. And again, more nourishment channelward of the breakwaters. And then lastly, we end at the Dune Bridge LLC lot, where you have a smaller breakwater, again, offset from the property lines with nourishment and planting. So back to an overview of the entire process, and one additional ask the applicant is making this proposal is because of the shallow offshore bathymetry, the construction access would have to be done via land. So because the protestant is not participating, is objecting to the project, they are proposing to go along the beach for access, but on his property, they will go channelward of mean low water with their equipment and then come back in. So of course they will be going channelward of mean low water out at each lot to build the breakwaters, to dump the rock, and then coming back. So all access will come from this staging lot up here, the Hubbard lot, and in each day during construction, they'll come down south and place properties. So you're authorizing not only the breakwaters, but this additional construction access here. So this is a picture generally from the southern area of the property. You can see the active beach erosion. There is a dune that's more in the uplands here. It's a secondary dune system that's quite tall. Moving a little bit further north, you can see kind of typical of the Eastern Shore Bayside, trees eroding and a lot of sand loss in that area. A little bit further down, it's a little bit more stable, again, further away from that already hardened shoreline to the north. You can see the dune is a little bit higher here. They have some beach. And looking south towards the property, this would be where the alternate access was originally proposed, and why we're in favor of the subaqueous transiting, because obviously cutting through this dune system would have pretty significant impacts to another resource which we're responsible for, the primary dune system. And lastly, the project ends. This is a wintertime shot. You can see just in the time that I've had the first application come in to now, we've had some additional trees fall down. So this is an actively eroding site. And down at the southern end, then the last property here where there's a deck, and then the natural shoreline kind of grades back to a level, stable situation further to the south. So the proposed impacts, again, I mentioned it's done from land. The equipment will traverse channelward of mean low water in front of the property of the protestant, Sandcastle Construction. He's objecting to the construction method and to the breakwaters themselves. The breakwaters have a 29-foot base width with 5-foot wide channelward toe. Each breakwater will be a width of the property lines with about 5 to 35-foot offsets. The VIMS report did recommend reducing the gaps, increasing the breakwater height, and increasing sand nourishment. That all helps to reduce the impacts to the non-participating lot, and those were all incorporated into the drawings we received by the agent last week. As far as agency interest review, the DWR noted no significant impacts to sea turtles or other state-listed species. The Department of Conservation and Recreation did recommend a tiger beetle survey. The applicant did do that survey, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has implemented a time of year restriction for that beetle. So that's a federally protected species. Northampton County has issued their dune and beach permit for the access transiting up and down the beach, as I mentioned. And then again, the U.S. Army Corps has issued their RP-19 for all 6 of these projects, again with the time of year restriction from May 15th to October 15th. Sandcastle Construction submitted a letter on all 6 of these applications. Concern was taken to the embayment and increased erosion that would likely occur on his shoreline as a result of the significant gap. This 145-foot gap is reduced to 125 feet in the revised drawings dated February 22nd, 23. This is the maximum they can really reduce this because they're dealing with extended property lines in this area. The applicant also objected to both access paths, the primary access path being a potential trespass issue, and the alternative access plan to cross and thereby damage the primary dune and large secondary dune, which is in the RPA on adjacent property. The applicants prefer the primary path, and again, I'll bring that back up, showing you that proposal of the channelward encroachment. We agree with VIMS's recommendation that the primary access plan with truck traffic channelward of mean low water is preferable to removing that dune area. Part of your permit would be granting permission to transit the state-owned submerged lands, and we do note that any objections to that and access through a riparian area is a civil matter between the parties involved. So again, that would be something that's not a condition of this permit. So after evaluation of the merits of the project and consideration of all the factors contained in 28.2.1205 of the Code of Virginia, we do recommend that the Commission approve the 6 applications below as proposed. They are consistent with VIMS's recommendation for shoreline stabilization in this project, and we've weighed the public and private benefit of these property owners' need to defend their own properties against the protestants' concerns. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Mr. Tankett.
And so the drift of sand is north to south in this area, correct?
Correct.
And so thus the southern property owners who I don't know if they're mentioned here, have they registered any thoughts on what they believe to be the mitigation of sand flowing to their property?
They were all notified. We didn't receive any comments from those. Part of the recommendation from VIMS of adding all the nourishment to mean high water, not just mean low water, was to reduce that offset so there's already sand in the system, because some of that sand will leave the breakwaters and reduce the downshift impacts. The impacts of a breakwater system will be less than the impacts that happened up to the north when they put this riprap in, just because there is sand remaining. But yes, good question.
Yes.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Sure. And I believe all the applicants are here. Some may want to speak. I'm not aware that the protestant is here, but maybe.
Well, that being said, is the applicants or an agent for the applicants here and wish to speak? Please state your name for the record.
Sir. Ellen Grimes, Coastal Resource Management. I represent all the applicants that you've seen on this page here. I just want to tell you a little bit about the history of the complainants and how that kind of came down. Before we went to the Wetlands Board, this was protested by Sandcastle Construction. The Wetlands Board then tabled the issue for the applicants to go back and attempt to negotiate some kind of position with the protestant. Those terms of the negotiation were unacceptable to the applicants, so they chose to not accept them. We went back to the Wetlands Board. The Wetlands Board then approved this was with the first two initial projects, which were Feaster and Bradley. And then shortly down the road, I think it was December or so, there was a new request from the protestant to come back to the table with negotiation because we wanted to enter the beach from a different way. We wanted to cut through the dune. And those terms were unacceptable to the applicants. They were kind of, if you build me this, you can do this, kind of back and forth. And the applicants did not agree with that, so they didn't go forth with the negotiations. But then that through the dune was not going to be done, so we want to go around Sandcastle Constructions into his riparian area around his lot. So, and we did make the necessary changes that were recommended by VIMS, which were make the breakwaters, the base of them, make the breakwater higher, which meant that we had to make the base wider. And we added sand and we closed the gaps, especially up to Sandcastle Construction's property line. And I will say that Sandcastle is not without options here. If they choose to do something, if they choose to armor their shoreline, then there is the sill option, or it's 115 feet. They too can do a breakwater here. So we're just, all my applicants are here today, and if they would like to speak, I ask that they speak and make it brief. And I do have some pictures here. I know they're yours once I show them to you. They're kind of like Ben's pictures. And this is Mr. Nappy's lot, which is the southernmost lot, i.e. Dune Bridge Construction LLC. May I approach? This is kind of a before and after.
Thank you.
2 years apart.
This is all, let the record reflect, I have two photos.
2 years apart. So, I also, one of the applicants also has a picture that he hangs on his wall that shows a time frame in back of his lot for, I think it was 2.5 years ago. The way they handled that at the Wetlands Board was he showed it and they took a picture of it, because it is a picture that hangs on the wall. So if you'd like to see it and we can do that approach, that would be nice. If you would rather not, then that's fine too. It shows a very beautiful embryo dune behind his, on his beach, and a nice dune face, not a sheer scarp that it is now. And that has happened in the last 2 years. So this is quite an outlay of financial responsibility for these applicants to build a project like this. And they are definitely in desire to protect their property and not let it wash away. So, and in answer to Mr. Tackert's question, there is also sand movement. The net sand movement on this shoreline is from north to south, but there is sand movement during the summertime from south to north, although it is not the net sand movement. So, and we did address that by bringing the nourishment levels up to high water, mean high water. And then there's also going to be nourishment placed at the base of the now eroding scarp, so that if the tombolo builds well and becomes stable, then it can be planted, and possibly we can put sand fencing there to catch some more blowing sand and stuff. So, yes.
Thank you. You've been in the game for a long time.
I have been in the game for a long time.
So what do you think is going to happen with the 115, more or less, feet that the protestant, that area? Will that end up being a divot, or will he enjoy the benefits of the offshore breakwaters?
It is a natural place. It's a natural feature in a string of breakwaters to have a gap. This is a kind of a large gap. I think that he probably will experience some beach erosion. And the beach in itself is an erosion control structure with the sand moving back and forth and dissipating the wave energies. It is a large gap, and I think that he will probably experience some beach erosion.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more questions? Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on this matter here?
Could I ask them to just stand up so you can see them?
Absolutely.
Could you guys stand up? And there they are. Thanks. We're all old. They can stand though. Anybody want to talk? Sorry.
You did such a great job.
Okay, I guess no one wants to speak, so.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak in opposition or speak on this project at all? These projects, I should say. That being said, matters before the commission.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
A motion to approve staff recommendation from Mr. Minor. Do I got a second? Second. Second from Mr. Tankert. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you. Question I have for the commission, you guys want to push through or stop for lunch? We got a long agenda. Push through right now, okay? Just let me know.
Could I have 1 minute of your time?
Absolutely.
I am reluctant to tell you that that was Ben Nettleton's last presentation as a BMRC staff member. He has taken a job with the Nature Conservancy. He has done a remarkable job with this agency.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you.
Thank you all, I appreciate that. I will definitely miss everyone here. It's been a good job for 2 years, and I'm found a good opportunity, and I'll see some of you on the shore.
You did a great job, man. Thank you. Next one is Mr. Eversole.
We're going to turn our attention to Fairfax County now. Brad and Sarah Hudson request authorization to construct a 532 square foot open-sided boathouse adjacent to a statutorily authorized private pier in Dogue Creek, serving riparian property situated at 4517 Carlby Lane in Fairfax County. And the project is protested by both adjacent property owners. Project's located in Fairfax County. See I-95, Washington, Arlington, Alexandria. So we're right here on Dogue Creek, at the mouth of Dogue Creek into the Potomac River. Here's an aerial of the same area. The project is located where the Star is in Dogue Creek. You see Mount Vernon to the northeast and the Potomac River. A little closer view, the green arrow shows the Hudson's property along Dogue Creek. I would point to the Mount Vernon Yacht Club, which is a little bit upstream in Dogue Creek. You'll hear about that later. An application for a pier was received in March of 2022. This was submitted by an agent for the Hudsons, Mr. Brad Martin, who submitted this drawing. And he sent this drawing to both adjacent property owners when he submitted it. You'll notice in the drawing, it notes that the main pier and L-head may be reversed without notice pending layout of construction. The slip width may change, may vary, locations may vary on all the parts of the pier. So we sent a letter to Mr. Martin, Mr. Brad Martin, that this was quite incomplete, and we needed to know where the parts of the pier would remain. The Hudsons replaced Mr. Martin as their agent with Mr. Jim Beck, who in August of 2022 submitted this drawing with a revised drawing showing the pier as proposed today. You'll notice this is the Hudson property. This is a dilapidated pier which will be removed. The new pier will extend 300 feet channelward of mean low water with an open-sided boat slip with lift, 4 mooring piles, and a covered boat slip with a finger pier and an L head at the end. All of the portions of the pier are statutorily authorized, so they do not require a permit. He could build the pier tomorrow if he wished. We sent him a letter notifying him that those parts are statutorily authorized. We sent this revised drawing to both adjacent property owners, both of whom objected to Mr. Martin's incomplete application. So they were in opposition from the start. We notified the adjacent property owners that the pier was statutorily authorized, and the only part they could object to now was the covered boat lift, 532 square foot covered boat lift. Dr. Hudson owns a boat that would fit in this covered lift. He's under contract to buy a larger boat that would require the larger uncovered slip. This is a cross-section showing the pier, which the large boat slip reaches out to 4.5 feet of water, which is needed for the larger boat, which he's going to buy. These are some ground shots. This is the dilapidated old pier that will be removed. I'm standing on Mr. Hudson's property. This is the downstream property owner who's in opposition, Mr. Demetrius. Looking upstream, this is Dr. Bernard, who's the other protestant. This is his pier. You'll note that there are numerous piers up and down Dogue Creek. This is looking downstream. This is the opponents of Mr. Demetrius's pier. You notice there are a lot of boathouses in the area. This is taken from Dr. Hudson's property. Again, the pier to be removed. You'll notice the width of Dogue Creek. We've heard from the Corps of Engineers. They note that the width of the creek at 0.65 square miles or linear, 0.65 miles across Dogue Creek. They do not think a 300-foot-long pier would adversely affect navigation. This is one final shot taken from Mr. Demetrius's property. This is his pier. This is the pier to be removed and replaced. Just to give you an idea of the other structures in Dogue Creek, this is Dr. Hudson's property, the pier to be removed, and there are other piers that vary from 120 feet to 335 feet, looking downstream. Looking upstream from Dr. Hudson's property here, there are piers of 200, 230, 240, 260, and then the Mount Vernon Yacht Club is off the slide to the left. We received opposition letters and emails from both adjacent property owners. The downstream property owner says the length of the pier will make it hard for him to maneuver into his existing boat slip due to the currents of Dogue Creek. The upstream property owner, who is represented today here by Ms. Virginia Smith, he objects to the size of the structure, that it's more of a facility than a private pier, and he questions why the larger boat can't be docked in the Mount Vernon Yacht Club in the neighborhood. They also have concerns for skiers and jet skiers, access to the marina, and just general access, general hazard to navigation. And Ms. Smith is here and would like to speak today to those concerns. Mr. Beck, the agent, is also here if we'd like to hear from him. So in summary, Section 28.2, 1203A5 of the Code of Virginia provides statutory authorization for private piers meeting certain design criteria. This section also authorizes the construction of open-sided boathouses measuring 700 square feet or less, designed to cover a single boat slip, provided they're not objected to by the adjacent property owners. In this instance, since both adjacent property owners have objected, a subaqueous permit is required for the boathouse. Staff understands the protestants' concerns over the size and length of the structure. However, the pier is statutorily authorized, and the open-sided boathouse would also be, if not protested. Given the width of Dogue Creek at the applicant's property and the numerous piers of similar size with boathouses along the shoreline, staff believes the installation of the boathouse is acceptable. Accordingly, after evaluating the merits of the project against the concerns of those in opposition, staff recommends approval of the open-sided boathouse as proposed. Like I said, the agent, Mr. Beck, is present, and Ms. Virginia Smith is here to speak against the project.
Any questions from the commission, Mr. Eversole? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Would the agent like to speak on this matter? Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name in the microphone.
My name is Jim Beck. I'm the engineer for the applicant. Just make some brief comments about the design. We've gone through approximately 6 iterations of design that we took to the neighbors and tried to get them on board. We landed on this one thinking that, you know, taking everything into account, this would be the best option. There is an existing boathouse that is approximately 300 square feet. It's dilapidated. The Hudsons are avid water skiers. They have a ski boat that they intend to house in this boathouse. The floating dock adjacent to the boathouse, a 5-foot catwalk, is there because the Hudsons have small children, I think 2 and 7. They're avid water skiers. The kids are getting on and off the boat, and from a safety standpoint, we feel it's imperative that they have a floating dock so that, you know, the ski boat is low. They can get the kids on and off of the boat safely.
Is there any questions from the commission? Mr. Erskine?
What's the, at the end of the proposed pier is 300 feet, I believe. So what water depth does that achieve?
It's 4.5 feet, I believe.
Okay.
And that's for
Accommodates the new vessel.
that's for the larger boat that they're going to bring in, the draft of the boat, in addition to putting it on a lift.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Anyone else here would like to speak on this matter, in opposition or in support? Let's go on. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name in the microphone for the record.
Virginia Smith. I'm a real estate broker, and I own Arlington Realty in Arlington, Virginia, so I have somewhat of a construction background. When the pier boathouse was proposed, I looked at it and I thought that it was too much for the neighborhood. The surrounding properties there, the piers are approximately 200 feet long. So we now have 296 feet that's running straight. So I feel like the concept, the whole concept is too massive for the area. This is George Washington's estate. This property is on one of his 5 farms. And I would love to keep the property looking beautiful and historic and not out of line and in compliance with what it should. Dr. Bernard objects to the proposal of the pier and the boathouse, but I understand that the pier has already been approved. Is that correct?
From my understanding, it has. Mr. Owen, you can come on.
The pier is statutorily authorized by 28.2.1203A5 of the Code of Virginia. You do not have authority over the pier as it is present before you. It's approved by statute.
The very large boathouse proposed, the dimensions are 14 by 38.
which is a 532 square foot structure. One of the builders came into my office late yesterday evening, and I asked him, he lives in Gloucester, and I asked him, I said, what do you think of a 532 square foot boathouse? He said, are you buying a boat? I said, no, not really. I just want, an opinion of it. He said, that is a very, very big boat. He has a boathouse. So it's a large roof area. And it contributes to the massive amount that we have there already. We've got the extended pier, and then we've got an area that is 55 feet wide. It's very wide. And then the boathouse on the very end. There are boats that are coming out of the marina. The marina is within walking distance. And this marina has many boats. With the boats coming out of the marina, there will be, in my opinion, a navigational problem. Because it's on the very end, and it will shield some of the area. There are boats coming out of the marina, 2 at a time. I have been there where 2 speedboats will come out and they'll pass right in front. Now, as you know, this is not the Potomac River. This is a creek. It's a creek. It's a passageway for the boats and the water skiers and the jet skiers to get into the marina and then come back out. And the Potomac River is over to the left. It feeds into the Potomac River. But to block the visibility of the marine vessels, we also have to think about the birds. In that area, for some reason, I don't know if George Washington left them there. We have some of the most beautiful eagles that you'll ever see in your life. They are beautiful. And sometimes they soar, and they soar low. And the osprey, the seagull, and for wildlife, I think it's so important, so important. If we take away this beautiful ambiance of what we have now and add to it with the pier already approved, I beg of you not to approve this. Let's not add to this massive structure. Nothing in that area is of that size. We would be doing such a terrible mistake if we did it. If this was on the riverbank of the Shenandoah River, where I was born, in between the Blue Ridge and the Massanutten Mountains, the Shenandoah River, you could do something like this, but not on George Washington's estate. The land that he actually surveyed. We want to keep that beautiful and nice and inviting. And now, one thing I did search.
Ma'am, can you kind of bring it to a close, please?
Sure. One thing I did search, in the state of Maryland, of course, we're Virginia here, But in the state of Maryland, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to get an approval on a boathouse. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
I appreciate it. And Dr. Burnett also thanks you, and I'm sorry that he couldn't be here today.
Is there any questions from the commission for the speaker? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does the agent need any time for rebuttal on this? Make it quick, please.
Yeah, I'll be happy to. Just three very quick points. With respect to the boathouse, we're proposing a flat roof on the boathouse, which clearly minimizes the visual impact. The boathouse is by far less than 700 square feet. It's not an oversized boathouse. In fact, it's smaller than the boathouse that's immediately downstream of the applicants. That's all I have.
Any questions, Commissioner? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That being said, Mr. Tankard?
Would you just do me the favor of putting up on the screen the boathouse depictions of length that you had, or the docked?
Yes, sir.
To be all familiar with the length here.
This is the pier to be removed and rebuilt.
Right.
And I'll to be in all transparency, I did not go out and stretch a tape on these piers. I measured them from Google Earth, so I could be off 2, 3, 4 feet
Thank you.
in either direction.
Mr. Erskine?
So I appreciate that there's opposition to this application, but from what I've seen in testimony and what's actually in the presentation, it seems to coincide with what's already there as far as length of the pier and boathouse. So I'd make a motion to accept staff recommendation for the project.
Any further discussion for good? Mr. Tankard?
I certainly appreciate Ms. Smith's testimony, and, certainly George Washington's estate is something worth preserving, but I'll note that there's a marina adjacent, and that's certainly quite a bit different than the past, I suspect. And we are, seems to be the property is improving. The dilapidated dock is, looks like an eyesore to me at this point.
Ms. Kellum?
I was just going to second the motion.
I already have a motion and a second. I have a motion from Mr. Erskine, right, and a second from Mr. Headley, from Mr. Minor. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Chief Madsen, looks like he might be up.
Sir, we're going to do public comment?
Yep. Public comment. Is anyone here in the audience that wishes to speak now? See, so there might have been a reason I was skipping it, right? Nobody here wants to speak. Public comment time. That being said, back to number 15. Deputy Chief Madsen, floor is yours.
Are you good with this? Pat, are you good with the Pat language? Are you fine with us doing it this way?
Yeah, we'll do this.
Okay, all right. All right, good afternoon, Commissioner and Commissioners. Great to see you all. You're going to get to listen to my voice twice today, so you're really lucky. Before I dive into the amendments to our COBIA regulation, I did just want to take a quick second to just acknowledge my staff. So this COBIA permit program has been going on since 2016. It has greatly increased in the number of people who have participated in the program. And our staff have taken on this very large increase in participants. Specifically, I'd like to say thank you to some of our current and past staff, Olivia Siegel, who left us in 2021, worked very closely with Summer Smott on this program. Josh McGilly, who joined our team just recently, dove right into the program as well. And regretfully, Summers cannot be here today. She's feeling a bit under the weather, and she would have liked to have given this presentation to you. She has been doing an absolutely bang-up job with this program since she started working here, and I really did just want to take the time to acknowledge them, because really it's our Fisheries Division staff that makes the Fisheries Division so great. So I did want to just take that time to acknowledge them before I get into the changes that we'd like to make to this program. So, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for everything. We do appreciate it. I know a lot of times, you know, with fisheries, it's not all excitement sometimes, but we do appreciate you guys' expertise. We rely on you guys a lot. So thank you for what you do.
All right, so to dig on into the public hearing, so this is a proposal to amend Chapter 4 VAC 2510, which is pertaining to amberjack and cobia. And what we are looking to do today is terminate the recreational cobia mandatory reporting program and the associated species permit. So we'll get into a bit of that, the background, the history, and the reasoning for why we're bringing this to you all today. So first, to just kind of get into the history of the recreational cobia permit. So back in 2015, we actually had a group of concerned recreational cobia anglers who expressed interest in actually doing some self-reporting for cobia. The original intent of the permit was to kind of be able to collect more data on a fishery that was really rapidly expanding over this time period, and hopefully be able to supplement the marine recreational information program data that we use for a lot of our recreational fisheries. There's a lot of frustration surrounding MRIP. You guys have heard that here before. And they really wanted to be able to try to maybe capture those perceived differences between MRIP using their own self-reported data. So as a result, back in 2016, BMRC added cobia to our recreational mandatory reporting program. And the cobia regulation required everyone who was going to target cobia or catch cobia a free permit. So all the captains or operators of the vessels, as well as anyone who was fishing from a shore or a pier, was required to get one of these free permit programs. The permittees would then be responsible for reporting their cobia activity during the season. And that means either if they were fishing, if they were not fishing, you still had to report on your permit and let us know essentially what you harvested or did not harvest that season. So when we first put this in place, the reporting was mandatory, but we really didn't have a way of necessarily enforcing our mandatory reporting. And the revocation of permits, which you guys have also heard a lot about here at the table, didn't come until later on in the permitting process. So if you didn't report, your permit was revoked the next year, and then the year following that, you then were able to get a permit again. So moving on to some more of the history of the permit, this screen has some of our reporting rates. And as you can see, due to some of our lower reporting rates earlier in the time series, we definitely pushed to have that reporting become mandatory with revocation to try to increase that mandatory reporting and increase our reporting rates. So that meant that permittees who didn't actually record their participation in the fishery within 21 days of the fishery closing, their permit may be revoked in the following year. And the permit program has remained that way since 2019, about is when we started to actually do that revocation. You saw people come here and speak to you all about that. So like I mentioned earlier, the program has really grown substantially since its inception. We have about 8,000 anglers now that acquire a permit annually. Our constituents have voiced a lot of concerns with these kind of burdensome reporting requirements. And so the staff really decided to take a step back and evaluate this program to try to get a better understanding of the data that were being collected and the utility of those data. So the permit program, as I mentioned earlier, was originally created as this possible supplement to the MRIP program. However, we began to recognize that it wasn't really able to supplement MRIP, but we wanted to evaluate whether or not it was able to supplement the stock assessment. As you know, stock assessments are really the backbone of any good fisheries management. And so we decided to reach out to ASMFC, who manages that coastwide cobia stock. And they recommended that we try to work with some of the stock assessment scientists to get a better idea of what data we were collecting and whether or not they had any utility for our stock assessments. So we spoke with Dr. Eric Williams. He's the modeling lead for the cobia stock assessment. He works down in the Sustainable Fisheries branch of the Southeast Fisheries Science Center. And he met with us. We wrote a white paper for him that outlined all of the data that we had collected through the years. And he met with us to evaluate the current program and then started focusing on some of the research questions and the needs for the cobia stock assessment and how we might be able to actually really help out that cobia stock assessment model. So we'll get a little bit into what some of the needs are for the stock assessment. And then we'll kind of talk through what our program is actually able to give us. So in talking to Dr. Williams, the data needs for our stock assessment are going to be essentially abundance index of cobia as well as age composition. So typically in a stock assessment, what you're looking for with an abundance index is something that comes from a fisheries independent survey. We don't have a good fisheries independent survey for cobia, so there was some hope that using catch per unit effort from our recreational fishery might be able to provide a good proxy as an abundance index for cobia. However, in order for this to work, it really has to be a consistent measure of effort, and it has to be free of reporting bias and bag limit bias. Now, we definitely know we have bag limit bias because we have bag limits. And what we'll get into a little bit later is we definitely have some reporting bias, which is why the abundance index coming from our recreational program would not be good to actually use as a proxy for the abundance of cobia. Some of the other things that we talked through, though, are that the things that the stock assessment really could use is age composition data. So your ages can be determined by carcass collection programs, which we already do have here at VMRC, and then would be really useful to have those supplemented with length data. The other thing that a lot of stock assessments are lacking are actually separate size information on discards, because a lot of times people that are fishing recreationally are going to report the fish that they keep. They're not going to report the fish that they toss back. The information on those discards is actually incredibly helpful to our stock assessments. So let's get into a little bit of the current program concerns. So like I said, there are a lot of accuracy issues that we're dealing with in the data that are being collected from this program. I'll go through a couple of them real quick here. We do have duplicate reporting for some of the same trips. Some of the things that we're seeing that are incredibly problematic are the fact that we need to continuously remind folks to report, or they don't get their permit the next year. And so anytime we send out a reporting reminder, we get these really big spikes, seeing people saying that they're landing fish at that time, because a lot of folks have figured out that at least if you report once, that means you get your permit the next year. The other issue that we see is sometimes folks will get a permit and then immediately upon getting the permit will report that they didn't fish that year, again, to ensure that they will get the permit the next year. So those are some of the potential biases that we're seeing in those collected data. The other thing that I did want to bring up is the program is a significant amount of staff time. That's why I did want to shout out our staff in the beginning. It is a lot of work to wrangle 8,000 permittees, send reminder media, phone calls, get together your paper reporting entries, make sure that we're posting things on social media, dealing with all of these ineligibility issues. And while it's burdensome to our staff, the real problem is it's incredibly burdensome to our anglers. We have a lot of folks that feel that we're discouraging their recreational fishing. We really don't want to do that. The other issue is making this mandatory really increases this dissatisfaction with the program, which is why we're seeing a lot of these reporting issues that are causing our data to not be able to be utilized in the way that we would like them. So, and this is my one of my last slides to kind of talk through different reporting types. So what we're looking at right now is a permit program that's mandatory. When a permit program is mandatory, it means that everyone, irregardless of how you're fishing, folks that are infrequently fishing, tourists that are coming down to Virginia have the same exact requirements to report as those who are regularly fishing, those like very skilled anglers that we see out there on the water every day. So it results in a pool of data which is really, really large, but is also of much lower quality because people are really dissatisfied about having to report in the first place. However, when you have a voluntary reporting program, it has been shown through a lot of scientific studies that those involved really feel a direct connection with the target species, and they want to report accurately because they recognize that their data are going for the greater good to the understanding of the species, which increases the longevity of their opportunities to fish. And so what we're really looking at now is a mandatory program which has caused a lot of heartburn, discomfort, unhappiness amongst our fishermen, but isn't providing us any useful information to actually help the management of the species. So what we're proposing now is essentially a new initiative to take this mandatory program and turn it into a voluntary one. Within the voluntary program, we can focus on actually collecting those data that are so critical to the stock assessment, really targeting folks that can give us information on released fish, the ones that are outside of our size limits, the ones that are caught outside of our seasons. And they can also continue to gather information on the fish that they're keeping. We also think that this will really help us to kind of revamp our saltwater journal. Technically, through Saltwater Journal, you can report voluntarily any fish that you're catching recreationally, and we would love folks to start using that much more often. Like I said earlier, these discard lengths for fish are often a very big data gap in our stock assessments, and so if we can really hone in on encouraging folks to voluntarily report some of these data that are incredibly important to our species, we should be able to gather a much higher quality data set. So we're going to work on some focused outreach to our angler groups through our sport fish collecting program and through our game fish tagging program, some of the programs that I mentioned earlier, and that'll really help us to supplement some of the information already collected by these programs. So we're going to dig into the actual changes to the regulation. Sorry that the earlier part of the presentation seems so long, but this part is incredibly fast because essentially we're just deleting parts of the regulation. So the first section 12 in definitions, we're just removing saltwater fisherman's journal because it doesn't show up in the rest of the regulation. And then the entirety of Section 15 would be repealed. Section 15 deals with the mandatory permit and the mandatory reporting program. So pretty plain and simple. You guys can see those in your packets, just sections completely stricken from that regulation. So with that, staff recommends the commission approve these amendments to Chapter 4 VAC 2510 pertaining to amberjack and cobia, to terminate that mandatory reporting program and the associated species permit. We haven't received any specific public comments to this effect. However, we did bring this before FMAC in October of 2022. We did have folks come and speak then. for these changes, and FMAC did approve these changes at that time. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you. Any questions from the commission? Mr. Earth?
Hey, Shannon. Thanks for the presentation. So with to transition from a mandatory program to the voluntary, how do you anticipate that the data that would be collected would maybe bias those that want to report and report all the time, maybe fishing in a very specific area versus more broadly across mandatory reporting?
Yeah, so a lot of the data that we would be collecting from the voluntary program, those types of biases where folks are actually fishing, they all kind of come out in the wash when you're utilizing those for the stock assessment. So really when you're looking at just the age composition, because that's kind of what we're targeting here, we want folks to tell us the different sizes of their discards. You can take that. A lot of other states also are utilizing voluntary angler survey programs for this specific type of data, and working those into the stock assessment models. We work through all of those biases, and they are not nearly as impeding as the ones that we're dealing with right now.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions from the commission? Thank you, Shannon. Is anyone here that'd like to speak in support? Anyone here that wants to speak in opposition? No one wants to speak. That being said, matters before the commission.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Motion to approve, Mr. Monitor. Do I have a second for Mr. Branson? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you. Chief Gear.
Everybody today.
Great. How about yourself?
A little under the weather, sir.
I hope you're feeling
I told one of my staff I could have done this in about a minute and a half, but I'm not feeling all that well, so it might take me about 4 minutes. This is a public hearing for a proposal to amend Chapter 4 VAC 20-1090-10 pertaining to licensing requirements and license fees to establish a multi-year recreational saltwater license. To give you some background, here we go, okay. To give you some background, Delegate Cordoza introduced House Bill 1112 last session to allow for the sale of multi-year recreational fishing licenses in accordance with paragraph 28.2 -302.2, and those were the changes that were made. It was approved by both the House and Senate by April 7th. The governor signed it on July 1st. We did not want to implement this in the middle of the fishing season. We were going to do it in December, but we were a little busy in December. So,
Yes, sir.
And so we put it off until now. But so that's what we're here for. And the purpose would be Department of Wildlife Resources already has a freshwater multi-year fishing license. So our goal was to try to amend our saltwater licenses to mirror that the best we could. So if you look at this table down here, it shows license sales to Wildlife Resources for 2022. And it shows their multi-year. The 2-year was about 0.67% of the total license sales. 3 years was 0.11, and 4 years was 0.19. Little less than 1% of their total fishing license sales were multi-year. Assuming those same percentages would occur with a saltwater multi-year license, we had 200,263 saltwater fishing licenses last year. We'd have 1,350 2-year, 223 3-year, and 394 year licenses. Multi-year total would be 1,962. Now, those are just projections. We have nothing else to go on other than what DWR's data has shown in the past. Looking at the comparisons, you can see the prices for a freshwater fishing license, which is a little bit more. Our goal was to try to have roughly the same amount of savings doing a saltwater license. So a 1-year license is $1,750. If you had to get that for each year it'd be $1,750, so it would be $35 for 2 years. We're proposing a savings of $1.50 for a 2-year, $3 for a 3-year, and $4.50 $2.50 for a 4-year license. It's about a $55,586,000 savings per year to the recreational anglers. Yeah, so trying to give something back to them. And the benefits of this is the convenience. This is what Delegate Cardoso was talking about. I think he was mentioning his grandfather, one of his relatives, only fishes a couple times a year, and is, having to come back in and get that license each year, sometimes he forgets. So it's the convenience of just buying it for 2, 3, or 4 years and not having to worry about it. Then they'll send you a notice when it's due. Reduces the license fees for recreational anglers. There's a little bit of a savings there. And it also avoids, if we went ahead and raised our license fees for the 1 year next year, and you bought a 4-year, you're locked in at that rate, you're already okay. And since you do have these licenses for multiple years, for the casual fishermen, they may fish more often, which may produce more revenue for the fishing industry, for bait and tackle shops, boat fuel, and things like that. It's a real simple change in the regulations. It's on page 6 of your regulation. It's in Section 30 under license fees, Division 12, which is saltwater recreational fishing licenses. All we're doing for the individual resident, we're just putting in parentheses, that's for 1 year. The price will remain the same. We're adding an individual resident for 2 year, which is $33.50. Individual resident 3 year, which will be $49.50. An individual resident 4 year, which is $65.50. And non-resident is going to remain at $25 as is. We had one comment in favor from Visa, and they didn't provide us to me till late Thursday, so it wasn't in your packet. We had no comments against. And staff recommends the commission approve amendments to Chapter 4, BAC 20-1090-10 pertaining to licensing requirements and license fees to establish a multi-year recreational saltwater license, specifically a 2-year license at $33.50, a 3-year license at $49.50, and a 4-year license at $65.50. Pretty straightforward. Questions?
Mr. France, when you get your license and you get the sticker for your boat, will that make your boat eligible for 4 years?
No.
Okay, that's what I want to clarify.
No, this is just, yeah.
Mr. Branson?
Why not? I mean, the House and the Senate bill talked about saltwater licenses, didn't say individual or recreational vessel license. You have to be a Virginia resident to get a saltwater recreational license because your boat has to be registered in Virginia. Why not?
Cardoso's bill only applied to the individual licenses.
Is it within our ability to include saltwater recreational vessel licenses?
I think we could.
I defer to council on that one.
That's not what we advertised.
Can't do it for that.
Because the saltwater recreational vessel license is the angler's personal license as well. It's the individual's license and his boat license.
I mean, I'm not comfortable saying yes right now. I don't know that I fully understand the entire context or what the differences may be or what the advertisement said and whether someone reading that could say, well, this other license might also change and could come here. So without that information, I hesitate to say, yeah, we can do that now.
Yeah, our goal is just to mirror what Freshwater has with their 2, 3, and 4. But I understand your point.
My point is, the saltwater recreational vessel license is by law my individual license. That is my license.
Is that?
It also includes the boat.
But it's not everybody's.
Yeah, I think I have a question. Is that something you're comfortable maybe we could look into for address later on?
I think the intent of the legislation was kind of clear that, saltwater license multi-year just like, because we do multi-year vessel registrations with Department of Wildlife Resources, and it'd be pretty convenient to do saltwater recreational vessel licenses that mirror that multi-year vessel registration.
I mean, we can look into it.
Yeah, I think we should research it first.
Yeah.
Let's just vote on this and come back to it if we need to.
Any more questions for Mr. Gabriel? Mr. Erskine?
I just have a question. Since you put it up that the individual non-resident was $25, when has that last changed?
Louis, any idea?
When they-
Forever.
When they froze the license increase.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had a license increase.
It just strikes me as being a little bit low.
Yeah. I mean, those are things that we can consider.
Any more questions for Chief Gear? That being said, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this item, for or against? That being said, matters before the commission. Got a motion to approve from Mr. France, second from Mr. Tankard. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you very much.
I thank you.
I'd say like 7.5 minutes.
Well, because it was discussion.
Good job.
I didn't think there'd be any discussion.
Good job. Deputy Chief Batson, floor is yours again.
That's right, I'm back. When it comes to Menhaden, it's always me, right? Okay, so this is a public hearing to amend Chapter 4, 4 VAC 20-1270 pertaining to Atlantic Menhaden. And this is specifically to establish the percentage that Virginia receives of the coast-wide total allowable catch per Addendum 1 to Amendment 3 of the Interstate Fisheries Management Plan for Atlantic Menhaden. So you've heard a little bit about this from me from some of my previous presentations. Atlantic Menhaden is currently managed under Amendment 3 of the Fisheries Management Plan, and that requires that the Atlantic Menhaden Board, which is part of ASMFC, revisit the state-by-state allocations every 3 years. They don't necessarily have to change those state-by-state allocations, but they do need to at least have a discussion related to the state-by-state allocations. So back when the board had this discussion, this latest discussion, they initiated Addendum 1, which was approved back in November of last year. Addendum 1 took up a number of different issues. It looked at that state-by-state allocation and updated the years that are considered for giving state-by-state allocations, and it changes the fixed minimum allocation that each state is given as a part of that total allowable catch. Some of the other issues that were brought up in Addendum 1 were the episodic event set-aside program. That doesn't apply to Virginia. That's 1% of the TAC that is set aside for the northern states to harvest from when there are episodic pulses of menhaden in the northern region. The other thing that was considered was the incidental catch and small-scale fisheries. There are no changes to that for Virginia, thankfully. So what we're focusing on today is those state-by-state allocation changes. Those directly impact Virginia, which means that we'll need to get them into regulation to maintain compliance with ASMFC. As you'll remember from previous meetings, if we don't maintain compliance with ASMFC, it could be that our entire fishery for the state of Virginia is shut down. And that includes all sectors. So with the state-by-state allocation changes, Virginia once received 78.66%. This has been reduced to 75.21%, and this is based off of average landings from 2018, 2019, and 2021. I think you heard earlier that 2020 was removed from the time series because that was the year of COVID, so there was a lot of unexpected changes with the entire coast-wide fishery due to COVID impacts. The other thing that changed with those state-by-state allocations is we established a 3-tiered system for minimum allocation to the state. So essentially, before the TAC is allocated based off of those average landings from that time period I previously discussed, the 3-tiered system gives states essentially a baseline allocation. That used to be a 0.5 percentage point for every single state on the Atlantic coast. This was modified to hopefully more accurately reflect what states are and are not actually utilizing this fishery. So Pennsylvania gets its own tier by itself, as it doesn't have any fisheries, and South Carolina, Georgia, Connecticut, Delaware, North Carolina, and Florida have small fisheries. So they get the next tier, and then the remaining states on the Atlantic coast have the 0.5% tier that we had before. So to dig in a little bit more on the background, also in November, the ASMFC set our total allowable catch for the 2023 through 2025 season at about 233,000 metric tons. Now, so when they determine how we set that TAC, the ASMFC looks at recent updates to our fecundity reference points and our current stock condition. So according to the most recent stock assessment results, we were well above our fecundity targets and thresholds indicating that our stock is not overfished, and we are well below our fishing targets, so the stock is not experiencing overfishing. And these are based on our ecological reference points. So we are taking into account all of the ecological factors that are so incredibly important for Atlantic menhaden. So as I mentioned earlier, Virginia's new allocation is going to be 75.21% of that coastwide TAC. We first allocate 1% to that episodic set-aside program, and then all states also sometimes have the choice to relinquish some amount of quota. When they relinquish quota, that kind of goes back into the TAC pool, and then that's reallocated to the states based off of these allocations that each one of the states gets. So the changes that you'll see before you today is I'm modifying the percent allocations. So you'll see those in the regulation change. The other thing that I'm doing is I'm removing the poundages that are associated with that. And the reason that I'm doing that is because that allocation percentage and the TAC will remain static for the next 3 years. So there might be some very, very minor fluctuations based off of that relinquishment that I just talked about. However, those will be incredibly minor. This helps us to kind of meet the administration's goals of trying to have more regulatory efficiency, so we're not continuously opening regulations when it's unnecessary. And it's also modeled after some of our other commission recommendations. We've brought a couple of other species before you that we've done this with. We've done this with bluefish, for instance. Just popping that percentage in really helps to keep things as efficient as possible. The other thing that I did want to note is this fishery, the members of this fishery, so obviously we have our reduction sector and we have our purse seine bait sector. Those folks always receive yearly a very specific letter that tells them what their quota is for the year. So they're always very aware of what their quota is for the coming year, so we'll continue that practice, as well as we'll continue the practice of administratively keeping an eye on our non-purse seine bait sector and recognizing when that moves into the incidental catch provision. So let's get into those regulatory changes. So we're starting off with Section 30. So what you'll see before you is I'm just removing the year for that regulatory efficiency and saying that our total allowable commercial landings for menhaden shall be equivalent to that 75.21% of the total allowable catch that's set aside by the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. We added a little bit of additional language here just to make sure that there's clarity that we receive that after the 1% of the TAC is set aside for the episodic events program. The other thing that we've done is we've scooted up one of the other divisions to B. I think before it was subdivision D, if I'm remembering correctly, just because those two things flow much more logically together. So move that up, very minor changes there. A couple of other minor changes then in Section 30 is that we're again removing those poundages. The percentages that each one of our sectors is allocated are not changing. So we're moving those poundages, keeping those percentages the same, and those are on the screen before you. And then sliding down to Section 50, same thing. So our non-purse seine sector, bait sector, which I've talked about a few times with you all, also receives percentages based on gear types. We are also removing those poundages just to be in line with the rest of the regulation. Look at your packets, you'll see a couple of other language modifications. These are just things that were kind of bothering me, either grammatically or Jennifer noticed some times where we should have said ASMFC instead of spelling out the entirety of the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. So you can see that in section 30D. We're going to change the subsection reference since I talked about that subsection shift earlier. And then in section 30F, landings is going to replace the term catch. That was just a very small language change. Doesn't change the intent, but we want to make sure that we are very clear and concise in the language that we use in our regulations. And then, like I mentioned earlier, there's a couple of other subsections where we went through and just made sure that Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission is shortened to ASMFC. Again, just being a little bit more straightforward. So with that, staff recommends that the commission approve the amendments to Chapter 4 VAC 1270 pertaining to Atlantic Menhaden to establish those percentages that Virginia receives of the total coastwide allowable catch per Addendum 1 to Amendment 3 of the Interstate Fisheries Management Plan for Atlantic Menhaden. We did receive one public comment related to Menhaden, but not specifically the amendment that you had before you, and that should have been emailed to you yesterday, I believe. And with that, I will take any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Mr. Erskine?
Thanks for the presentation. And I want to thank staff and our Virginia representatives on ASMFC Menhaden board. It's not an easy board to be on. And it was a lot of hard work that went into that, and certainly appreciate all the efforts. And the good news, I think, is that the fishery is robust and healthy, evidenced by the increase in the TAC. Unfortunately, a little bit of bad news. I guess we got reallocated to a lower percentage. And my question is, which state benefited the most from that subsequent reallocation?
Maine. Maine, yeah.
As a follow-up.
Yes, sir, Mr. Erskine.
So I guess maybe that was a loaded question to the fact that my follow-up is the time frame that was selected by the board represents a more recent landings, and Maine had been very effective in transferring quota, thus increasing, what they had done, and it's competition obviously for our businesses in Virginia, and I think you can't get away from that. So it's very fortunate that the overall TAC went up, and I certainly support this. That's before hearing public comment, but thanks for all the help.
Of course.
Any further questions? Thank you. That being said, is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak on this item? For or against? Going once, going twice? It's unusual to have a Menhaden topic, not 700 people at the door. Anyways, that being said, the matter is before the commission. Got a motion from Mr. Monitor to approve staff recommendations. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Cullum. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Shanna. Deputy Chief Button, you have the floor.
Commissioner,
Yes,
I need to recuse myself from the oyster replenishment.
yes, ma'am. Let the record reflect that Mrs. Cullum has recused herself.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, so just a couple things up front, that this is a discussion item, so it's not technically a public hearing, but we are asking the commission to take action on two sort of separate items as part of the oyster restoration and replenishment plan. The first is actual approval of the replenishment plan, and the second item that we're requesting commission action on is the approval of the procurement procedures, which are an attachment to your evaluation. And this plan was discussed and thoroughly vetted at the Shellfish Management Advisory Committee and received unanimous approval at a meeting on the 16th, I believe, of this month. So just a little background on that. And good afternoon officially, and with that I'll Commissioner Wells, I'll go ahead and get started then. So again, this is a request for approval of the 2023 oyster replenishment and restoration plan and the associated procurement procedures. I'll give a little bit of background on this, but primarily what we're asking the commission to do is approve the funding amount that is shown here for specific projects. A little background I'll provide first, but wanted to put the funding up front with some grant proposals that have been reviewed in the past. It's always important to have the dollars right up front, and that's sort of the meat of what we're talking about. But this is a proposed funding that we'll be discussing as part of this plan. There is some leftover projects that were approved last year that are going to be continued, but for simplicity purposes, we're only including new projects and new funding for this year's plan. But again, the funding sources are primarily general funds this year, so $2.5 million is currently allocated starting on July 1st of this year for oyster replenishment, which is primarily harvest areas. $1.5 million is currently in the budget for restoration, which is primarily non-harvest areas, and the Nature Conservancy intends to provide about $125,000 in grant funding, and there are also user fee non-general funds available, which will be used as part of this plan of approximately $200,000. A little bit quick background. So this is also pertinent to our next agenda item, so I'm not going to repeat these twice. So there's a lot of carryover to the next question. So keep an eye on some of these slides so we can save some time on the next agenda item. But again, some background on the oyster fishery. This is public versus private harvest going back to 1957-58. And what you can see now is we're actually pretty close to our long-time average of between 250,000 and 300,000 bushels coming off of private oyster ground. Public and private fisheries are closely related. You can see that this is all sectors of both public and private broken out into aquaculture, traditional harvest, dredges, scrapes, and really the point of this is that all these areas go up and down together. They're closely related fisheries. A lot of the participants are the same. Water quality and natural recruitment impact all of these fisheries. So really that's just a complicated way of saying all of our sectors are sort of in this together. We're all in the same bay. What goes up in one sector usually goes up in another and vice versa on the way down. Again, sort of the background is really what we're trying to do is maintain these areas to a maximum level of productivity and also to increase the actual number of live oysters on the bottom. And what we're seeing right now under current management strategies is oyster populations are going up. They're actually a record number as of the fall of 2022 market-sized oysters in the Commonwealth. At the same time, harvests are increasing. So now with a little bit of that background, I'm going to get into the meat of the actual planning of where we're going to be spending money. And just so that folks know, Virginia does have one of the largest, if not the largest, public replenishment program in the country, if not the world. So just to provide a little bit of context on what we do every year is we plant somewhere between 500,000 to 1 million or more bushels every single year and have been doing that since 1929. And to give you a little context on what that looks like is imagine those blue bushel baskets or orange fish baskets. Imagine 1 million of those, and that's what we're putting into water over the course of 3 or 4 months every single year to maintain this fishery and get it to the level that it is now. With that, I'm going to move through the plan, starting with seed transfer. So for a number of years, many years, VMRC has been moving seed from high recruitment areas to areas of low recruitment. We've done this with areas using hand-tong seed in the James River. More recently, we've been shifting to moving areas not using hand-tongs, but areas that were specifically replenished with shell to receive a spat set and then move that high recruitment volume seed to areas with low recruitment. Again, there was some discussion at SMAC about using hand-tong seed versus these areas that have been planted, and the feeling at SMAC, which was unanimous, was that the best sort of bang for our buck was to move this seed. It can be moved for a lower cost, and it's more versatile in terms of the salinity areas that it can go to. So we're proposing to move up to 20,000 bushels of seed oysters at approximately $6 a bushel. That's probably on the low end, depending on where those areas are, and costs that could go up, but up to $200,000 in non-general funds. Primarily money from the Oyster Resource User Fee will be used for this program. The proposal that was approved by ASMAC is to move this seed to areas in the upper Pocomoke Sound. These are areas that usually don't receive high recruitment and are also very difficult to plant with our larger shell barges. So they're very shallow areas. It's difficult to get a barge with 60,000 bushels of shell into these areas, particularly when it's being pushed with a tugboat that draws 7 or 8 feet and there's 4 foot of water at low tide. 2 tide cycles a day, we don't plant at night. So that would be one area. We've moved seed a number of years from this Nansman Ridge area to the upper Rappahannock. So these are areas 7 or 8 that are primarily, they're typically low recruitment. Actually, this most recent survey, we've seen some of the highest recruitment in this area. We've been moving seed there for 3 years now. I'm not saying that there's causation, but there's certainly correlation in the increased replenishment activity, both in shell and seed planting, and that increased recruitment we've seen in these areas. So those areas would get some, and then the Potomac tributaries, primarily this year, the Cone River would be the area that would be planted with this seed. So that is the seed transport portion of the plan. And now we'll get into shell planting. So this is where the majority of this funding goes, is into planting that 500,000 to close to 1 million bushels of shell. We try to get the most amount of shell, whether it's house shell, reef shell, dredge shell, for the funding that we have. There's almost never enough shell for the areas in need. We are starting to get a little bit ahead of things in terms of maintaining the volume of shell that's needed on the bottom to actually encourage recruitment. I think there's attachment there in your plan that shows there are many thousands of acres that are in need. We're likely only have funding to plant 600 to 800 acres. And again, some of these areas would likely be difficult to plant with current methodology as well. But that's what we're going to shoot for this year, is planting between 600 to 800 acres of oyster shell. We plant this shell directly on top of harvest areas, so at about 1,000 acres, 1,000 bushels per acre is really just a single layer of shell thick, and this is what we've been doing for 20 or 30 years now, is actually maintaining these harvest areas. The shell is placed directly on top. It's not enough to cover up oysters, but it gives them physically enough substrate to attach to. So that would be the shell planting on the bay side. Again, 600 to 800 acres. Prices vary between how far you're transporting that, and this is primarily coming from locations that are hydraulically dredged in the James River. But almost all $2.5 million of replenishment funding is going to be allocated towards shell planting. There is an opportunity to use some of the fine shells, they're sort of a byproduct of this fossil shell mining operation, in restoration projects. So we may use up to an additional $1.5 million for that. Again, there's a range there. We're not sure how much will be used, but we'd like to be able to use that. But again, that's primarily going to the small shell fragments that aren't really suitable for harvest areas, but can be used in restoration projects as a base in lieu of using more expensive substrates, which we'll get into later in the plan, such as rocks or stone. And then on the eastern shore, again, this is a smaller area. It is a public harvest area. There are some sanctuary areas over there. But we'd like to keep that program going. It supports a hand fishery over there and plant 6.5 to 13 acres. These areas are intertidal and they do require a little bit more shell. But we'd be using our general funds for restoration, and then the Nature Conservancy on the seaside has continued to provide this funding, and they have that available this year. And for the last 3 or 4 years now, they've actually been planting areas that are open to hand harvest, and we've been using our funding for sanctuary areas there. So a little bit of a role reversal, but again, it's more oysters that are collectively good for both the areas that are open to harvest and those that are closed. I'll be quick on these, but really what we're trying to do with all of our shell planting is maintain the volume of shell on the bottom at above 5 liters per meter squared. That's this line, real simple. And ideally above 10. If you maintain those areas, what you're seeing here on this axis is spat per square meter. If you get above 5, you can get pretty good spat sets. If you get above 10, there's just physically enough room for more spat to attach to. So if the shell isn't there, oysters won't grow. If the shell is there, there's no guarantee that you have a spat, but if they are there and everything lines up, then you have the opportunity to actually expand that resource. So that's our sort of cautionary threshold is 5 liters. Our goal is 10. We try to do replenishment when it drops below 5, and in areas that are open to harvest, If it's getting close to that 10 and they're on a rotation, then likely they're going to drop below that level, and we try to target those for replenishment going forward. And just what 10 liters of shell looks like is, if you looked at the space in front of me here, it's a single layer of shell. So it's 12 millimeters high is what it relates to. It's not a mountain of shell. It looks like a mountain of shell in a barge, but when that's spread out over 30 or 60 acres, it doesn't go that far. If you've ever ordered driveway gravel, you know, oh, that looks like a huge pile, and then your driveway's half done. But that's that. Just a quick overview of our shell dredging operation. You can see it from outer space, but this Google Earth image of our shell dredge, I think from 2 years ago, working that Nansemond Ridge area there, extracting that shell. And again, these are not technically fossil shells. They're about 10,000 years old. They're sort of deposits that started at the end of the last ice age when the bay started to get filled up and have been growing ever since. And those are the areas that we're extracting and working on today. And again, we're focusing on the areas that were open to harvest to this year that are part of that rotation, and the areas that are in need of shell. So that's our shell planting proposal for the year. Again, this was vetted through SMAC, the areas that are going to be planted, targeting the areas most in need in those areas that were open to harvest. Now we're going to move on to alternative culch or alternative substrate. We're pretty much committed to using just clean ground quarry stone. We have used other materials in the past, ranging from crushed vitreous china, which is a polite way of saying toilet bowls, to stabilized coal ash and concrete and everything in between. But just about any hard substrate works. But sourcing good, clean, environmentally friendly material is easiest in bulk when it's ground quarry stone. So that's what we proposed using this year. Again, there are some projects that are using stone that we'll be finishing up that were approved as part of the previous plan, so this is just new funding. But the restoration funding is going to go primarily into stone purchasing, and likely the majority of our general funds for restoration, $1.5 million, would be going towards planting and restoring up to 100 acres of stone. We do have some areas that are already permitted in terms of harvest areas for stone. In the event that we can't source enough shell to complete the plan, we have existing permits to do some replenishment work. We've sort of narrowed in on the size of substrate that works well. Usually a larger size substrate is a little more harvest resistant. Oysters are damaged in the harvesting process. But we've planted a number of areas in the Rappahannock with a smaller size. I'm not sure if folks are familiar with 57 stone chips. Your typical driveway gravel works very well, grows very pretty oysters in these harvest areas. And we have sites that are permitted in case we can't use all of our shell funding, we can switch over to stone. So up to 50 acres and approximately $627,000 could be used if we can't complete our program using shell. These areas are permitted in the Nansemond River area, the lower Rappahannock, as well as some areas in the Pocomoke Sound and the Deep Rock area of the bay. But the focus of the restoration funding is going to be, again, most of this project and funding was approved last year, but primarily in the Mobjack this year, sort of in the lower half here away from the harvest areas, is where the majority of that stone funding is going to be going for this year. And again, a quick overview of the funds. So general funds replenishment, $2.5 million going primarily to shell planting. In harvest areas, general funds restoration. There may be some shell planting, and then the majority of those funds will be going to alternative stone projects in the Mobjack. The Nature Conservancy funding going to seaside shell planting, and the non-general funds, oyster resource user fees going into transporting seed oysters from the Nansemond Ridge area to the upper Pocomoke, upper Potomac tributaries, and the upper Rappahannock. With that, I'd be glad to take any questions, but staff does request approval of the 2023 Oyster Replenishment Restoration Plan and the associated procurement procedures.
Thank you, Andrew. Any questions for Deputy Chief Buck? Mr. Erskine.
Thanks, Andrew. I thought I recall a while ago that staff was doing an analysis on the return of investment. So for every dollar that goes in, what's the benefit with the return? Mm-hmm. Is that still being done? Do you know?
Yes. Well, I guess the commission did fund some research that we're working on with VIM, sort of a fisheries resource grant, to look at sort of the economics of both seed transport and shell planting, so that is still in the works. The rough estimate, if you look at dockside value to dollars spent on replenishment, we spent about $2.5 million on replenishment, $4 million if you count restoration, and the fishery is valued at $40 million a year. Most recently, so 10-to-1 return if you do the simple math on that. And just so folks are aware, the oyster fishery is the most valuable fishery in Virginia. It actually exceeded the scallop fishery here recently in a multi-billion-dollar seafood industry. So it's a really important fishery that's managed directly by this agency. But yes, we generally get a much higher return on the investment, but the dollars and cents for a specific area is going to be different. But we are working with our colleagues at VIMS on sort of doing a finer tooth analysis of the most dollars in versus dollars out.
Thank you.
That's public only, right? Is that correct? 40 million you were referencing?
Right.
So, and I'm sure they're, with all that extra strike and extra substrate, they're probably producing more oysters that are winding up on other people's ground as well. They're benefiting some from it.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
Any more questions for Deputy Chief? But thank you, Andrew. Thank you.
And again, if we could, two separate motions for the plan and the.
You want two separate? Okay. So moved.
I'd move to accept staff recommendation.
I probably should ask for public comment first and see if anybody wants to say anything. Correct? On either or. Is there, so which one you want to do first? Is
The replenishment plan?
replenishment plan. Is there anybody here that wants to speak on the replenishment plan, for or against? All right. That being said, now I'll take a motion to accept the replenishment plan.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Erskine, seconded by Mr. Minor. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes, all right. Next one.
So this would be an approval of the associated procurement procedures, so that's attachment two there.
To the funding.
Yep.
All right, so is there anyone here that wants to discuss for or against, talk in the public, on the funding, the procurement procedure for the replenishment plan? Being said, matters before the commission. Mr. Tankard.
I move to approve the procurement plan methods mentioned.
Got a motion from Mr. Tankard, a second from Mr. Headley. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you. Last but not least,
Okay, all right. I guess we're next agenda item here, so 2-for-1 deal with me today as well. But this is a public hearing. So this is a proposal to amend Chapter 4 VAC 2720-10 pertaining to restrictions on oyster harvest to establish the 2022-2023 areas of public harvest season, and oyster resource conservation measures. That actually shouldn't be there. I didn't, correct that slide from the last time, but this is actually a public hearing to consider extensions to the 2022-2023 public harvest season. So my apologies on missing that slide. It's correct on the agenda though. So a little bit of background. Again, you already saw the slide, so I'll back it over. But we're on track this year to harvest for the first time since 1987-88 over 300,000 bushels likely. So the last time we did that was a while ago. And again, we've had relatively stable harvests recently in that 200,000 to 300,000 bushel range. Likely again to have the highest harvest in a while. But as you can see, the oyster resource is again the highest it has been in a long time. So I'll be relatively quick on this. Again, these requests were vetted through the Shellfish Management Advisory Committee. This was originally proposed season that was approved by the commission in August. Folks may recall that the season was already extended in a number of areas through emergency action at the last public hearing. But prior to the season being extended, we had already preemptively, due to the condition of the resource, extended areas that were open to 3 or more areas that were open to scrape or dredge. So when you look at that complicated chart, it's sort of hard to compare years to years. But based on the 2021-2022 season, 3 or more areas in Virginia waters were open to scrape or dredge for 12 weeks prior to any season extensions. The approved season in August had 3 or more areas open to scraping and dredging for 18 weeks, so 6 weeks longer. This was prior to considering any extensions, and we're on track again to harvest 100,000 more bushels this year than we did last year, and the highest since 1987. The advisory committee had requested that the commission meet again to discuss season extensions following their recommendations last year, so that any weather impacts or any sort of resource concerns would be better known at that time before we discussed any season extensions, and that was why we scheduled the meeting for February, is most of these areas are set to close now. So earlier this month, SMAC met on the 16th again to further request extensions, and these are the requests that the advisory committee has made, and that staff is in support of no more than these asks. So they're, again, I want to be clear that staff is in support of no more than this, but we're not saying that staff is necessarily in support of these extensions, just not beyond any of these. It has been a very good season in a lot of these areas. The resource is in very good condition. Again, we spend $4 million every year to ensure that it is, so that's what we're sort of balancing here, is the need for balancing the resource with the economic impact of harvesting more oysters, which is substantial. Every week of that 3-week season is a lot of value coming into hardworking watermen, and it's a lot of money that the state has invested so that these oysters can be harvested. But again, those are areas that require effort if they are worked more, and that's what we're looking at. But here are the requests. So the request is for 10 working days added in the following areas. So this is 10 working days, basically 2 weeks. In the Tangier Sound area, so this is an area open to dredge currently that's scheduled to close tomorrow. The Blackberry Hangs area, which is an area open to hand scraping, which is scheduled to close tomorrow. The Great Wacomico River area, which had closed last month, but would again, if the proposed regulation with the SMAC recommendations is approved, be open to harvest for 10 working days beginning tomorrow. The Rappahannock Area 1, which is scheduled to close today as well, would be extended. This is the Patentong area by that 10 working days. The Deep Rock area, which is an area that has already had a longer season again this year, would be extended for an additional 10 working days to March 29th. The York River Area 2, which is currently scheduled to close today, is an area which again would have that 10-day extension. And then all Hantong areas set to close March 31st would receive that 10 working day extension. So that would bring those areas to a closing on the 14th. And if these changes are adopted, that would take the 12 weeks of 3 or more areas being opened last season to up to 20 weeks of these areas being opened this season. Again, when these seasons are established, staff and SMAC work collaboratively to try to balance fishing effort and still provide a lot of these market oysters. So we strive very hard, working collaboratively with our industry advisory groups to balance the needs of the resource with the needs of the industry and split up harvest effort as much as possible between unique geographic areas as well as harvest years. So we try very hard when we establish a season to take a look at this very confusing chart and say, we're going to have 40 boats here, 40 boats here, 40 boats here, rather than 150 boats on this small rock, which is what we don't want. So when we establish these seasons, we try very hard to sort of keep like gear areas open where people can go and use a different gear, and like harvest areas open to keep folks from congregating in one area and potentially damaging the resource. When you start stretching the seasons out, you have a tendency to have more of these standalone areas, and that's something that we try hard not to do. But again, that is the current recommendation, is to extend these areas no more than 10 working days. Again, those are the areas there. And we're talking about primarily Deep Rock area here, Area 1 in the Rappahannock, this lower area here, oh, my cursor went away, in the York River. The James River, which is one of the larger harvest areas, closed on the 24th, so that effort is going to shift to one of the other areas, as well as the Rappahannock scrape fishery is closed, so that effort would likely go to the York or perhaps Blackberry. And the Pocomoke Sound area, which has had 60 to 70 boats working on it, that effort's going to shift to this area in Tangier Sound as this area will close. But again, the resource is in very good condition, but these are areas that if they're left unharvested, we likely don't have to do replenishment. And depending on effort, we may. So with that, the staff recommends adopting amendments to Chapter 4 VAC pertaining to restrictions on oyster harvest that do not extend any area beyond the Shellfish Management Advisory Committee recommended areas. Those start on page 22 of your eval if you actually want to see the season dates. But again, it's basically a 2-week extension for the majority of these areas. That do not extend any areas beyond the recommended areas, and that these areas have no more than a 10 working day or a 2-week extension. And with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Any questions? Mr. France?
Yeah, Andrew, since we had our meeting on the 16th of February, these areas that you brought up, have you seen anything that would really give you caution about opening any of them?
I guess the one area that might be of concern is the York River area. Prior to the areas in the Rappahannock closing, this area had 6 to a dozen boats working. Yesterday and this morning it had 30 or 40 boats there. So that's 2 weeks of that versus the season ending today. And it's a small area. The area that we survey is 60 acres, whereas areas in the Rappahannock and James River were many hundreds, if not thousands of acres combined where they're working there. So that's 40 boats that were working in the James on 600 acres roughly is now 40 boats on 60 acres, but it's 2 weeks versus 4 months. But it is one of those areas that likely could maybe need in the future more replenishment effort as a result of that. But other than that, I think the effort has been spread out enough that barring that area, there's less concern. But again, if you didn't extend that area, those 40 boats would go maybe somewhere else. So it's always a little bit of a balancing act. And this is an area that is in good condition and we can replenish it. It's got almost 9 market oysters per square meter. The shell is in pretty good condition. We'll see how much impact there is in 2 weeks. We can resurvey it and sort of reassess going forward. It had 70, 80 boats working it for a month and it held up 3 years ago and it's about in the condition it was, but we did have to come back after that month with 60,000 bushels of shell to get it back up to where it is now.
Can you put the slide up with the recommendation areas? There. Any more quick, Mr. Erskine?
Andrew, I just had a question about the hand tongue areas. So they're all set to close March 31st, so the extension would actually take it into April 14, you said?
That's correct, for just those areas that are set to close March 31st. So that doesn't include the James River and maybe a few of the areas in the Potomac tributaries that are already closed. It would just be the one Indian Creek there, the York River areas, the Coratoman and the Upper Rappahannock primarily.
And as a follow-up, how much effort are you seeing in hand tongue right now?
It shifts a little bit day to day, so it's a little bit more weather dependent. There hasn't been very much hand tongue effort in the James River in terms of clean cull harvest. In the York River, it's varied a little bit, but probably 6 to a dozen boats. I have, again, more in the Rappahannock and the Upper Potomac tributaries, is more October. But that's sort of the effort that we're seeing in those areas is not huge, but again, that's a dozen boats that aren't doing something else.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Mr. Mott? Thank you, sir. That being said, is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak on this item? For or against season extensions? Please, Mr. Moore, state your name for the record. Okay,
You know,
thank
Andrew's
you.
gonna let me have the podium.
Of course.
You're sneaking up on it.
That's right. I don't sneak up on anybody. Chris Moore, Chesapeake Bay Foundation. First of all, I want to thank the work that staff has done with SMAC. I know, as Andrew mentioned, that's been a very collaborative process, and fortunately, one of my colleagues, Jackie Shannon's on that, and she's really enjoyed that experience in working with staff. The other thing I obviously wanted to put forward support for is a staff recommendation of not more than 2 weeks in these areas. I think it's great for all of us to be able to talk about getting to 300,000 bushels again, but we are still recovering. I mean, if you look at the chart that Andrew put up there, we still have a lot of ways that I think we all want to go and we can go. And so being cautious and incremental in changes, we think is really important to make sure that, if we have a whole lot of rain this summer, if we have something else negatively affect the oyster population, that we don't end up in backsliding in some way like we have. So again, I think it's great that we're thinking about extensions, things like that. Let's just make sure we do it in a cautious way that means we can continue to have good headlines about oyster success in our wild fishery, in our restoration, and in our culture industry in the past. As was discussed, we've put a lot of investment in this. That investment's paying off. You all have made lots of wise management decisions as well to make sure we don't over-harvest areas, and we want to make sure we continue that sound cautionary management. So thank you very much.
Any questions for the speaker? You're running away a little too fast for me, Chris. You gotta cut.
I'll slow down next time.
Anyone else here to speak on this item? Care to speak on this item? For or against? All right, I got one question for Andrew before I turn the floor back to the commission. I remember last meeting, there was a motion made, and there was a couple, I thought there was only 2 areas we left out, but I didn't realize it was that many. I mean, wasn't it that we talked about coming back and talking about extension because they weren't running out? So, is that correct? Because I don't remember it being 6, 7 areas that we left out in the last meeting. Because we voted on extension last meeting on emergency for 2 weeks?
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct. And I think we left, 2 areas out, I thought was all we left out.
We only did the emergency.
Yeah, we only addressed
with the 2 areas.
Well, I know, but the ones that we refused, that
We referred it back to the
Right, it was
SMAC
only, it was
to
only
look
2
at
other
other
areas, is what I'm saying. Correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody remembers, but I don't remember talking about this many areas.
Yeah, I think at that non-public hearing that became a public hearing, they had asked for the Blackberry Hangs area and the Great Wacomico, I believe, and those were the areas that we deferred. And this is after having the plan discussion with the advisory committee, these are the SMAC recommended areas that staff would not support more than 10 days in any of these areas, or any areas additionally to these.
Well, thank you. That's the only question I had. I didn't remember all these areas. Mrs. Callum?
Just one question. We keep referring to them, and I know they're extensions, but in SMAC earlier conversations, I guess in August, the reason we're having these extensions was SMAC chose to look at and view extensions versus bushel increases. So these aren't our normal extensions that we've seen in the years past. These were in lieu of bushel increases. Is that correct, from the August SMAC meeting?
Wasn't that the August SMAC meeting? I'd have to defer to.
I think well, you can go ahead, Wayne, there, yeah.
No, I was gonna say, I don't remember.
I think, I guess the question that staff proposed at the SMAC meeting was SMAC's preference longer seasons, or bushel increases, and we went with longer seasons and extended at that meeting 6 weeks longer in terms of having 3 areas open. So that was the discussion, and staff's understanding was that rather than having a similar season in terms of having 12 weeks of 3 or more areas open and potentially increasing bushel limits, the discussion was to have a longer season and then to look at, again, the impacts of harvest, weather conditions, and then have a discussion about extensions at a later date. Not to guarantee that we have extensions at a later date, but to discuss them at a later date and extend the seasons at the August commission meeting, rather in lieu of possible bushel increases. So that's where you get the 12 last year, 18 this year, rather than 12 again with 9 bushels or 10 bushels.
Any more questions? Mr. Butler? Any more questions? being said, thank you. Matters before the commission.
Staff recommendation.
Motion for Mr. Monahan.
Just to clarify, that's, the staff recommendation is no more than 10, but I think we need a motion to either approve 10 working days or something less than that.
10 days. Basically what you see on that screen right there. Right, yeah, right. So I got a motion to accept what you see on the screen, and no more than 10 working days. Second from Mr. Headley. All those, any further discussion on that before I go for a vote? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you for your time.
That being said, that's it. Was there any? Yes, sir.
Before Andrew goes, I would just like to say that I've heard from a lot of watermen. They appreciate what you guys have done to compromise and give them a little more time to work. They really appreciate it.
Well, I think that's the reason we do this, is for our working watermen in the resource, and I think you can't, they're all in the ecosystem together.
Well, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned. The next commission meeting will be Tuesday, March the 28th, 2023.